Testing, testing. Hey everyone. Just finishing up a TikTok real quick and then we're gonna go live on TikTok. Did no debates tonight, right? I don't know. Maybe we'll do some. We'll see. See what happens. Watching the sponsor parade brought to you by McDonald's. All right, we're live on TikTok. Everybody. Welcome in, welcome in. That day for Minnesota today? Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna talk about that. You. Everybody. Welcome in.
that fought alongside the United States or assisted it during the global war on terrorism.
That opacity. Oh, Joni Ernst, the one that says everyone dies.
The 10th Mountain Division's climb to glory began with its establishment as the 10th Light Division in July 1943, the only one of its size in the U.S. military to receive specialized training for fighting in mountainous conditions. After periods spent inactive as a training division and as a standard infantry division, the unit returned to its roots in 1985 when it regained its Mountain Division designation. In the 1990s, the division participated in numerous humanitarian and peacekeeping operations. During the war on terrorism, the 10th Mountain Division proved their mettle as light fighters through repeated deployments to Afghanistan and Iraq.
The Army estimates that $16 million in damages will be done to the roads because of this parade. Total cost estimated $45 million. But happy birthday, King Trump.
To deter war and, if ordered, defeat the enemies of the United States of America. They are the 10th Mountain Division. Investments in cutting-edge systems, drone technology, and AI.
Find a way better.
Soldiers tools they need to protect the country and defend democracy. The Army has 8 Stryker Brigade combat teams, 6 in the active component and 2 in the National Guard. More than 2/3 of the 7,000 servicemen and women who sacrificed their lives fighting the global war on terrorism were part of one of the Army's 3 branches: active duty forces, the Army Reserve, and the Army National Guard. The Army is continuously transforming to deter aggression to ensure our adversaries cannot outrange or outpace us. This transformation is not just about adapting, it's about maintaining dominance, ensuring that America's Army remains unmatched in its speed, flexibility, and ability to support the nation's strategic priorities.
Our country is being destroyed by stupid people.
Thank you, ShamWow. Crowd size reported super small. So for those that don't know, Palantir is the company that's been contracted with... Hold on. Just so I make sure I get this right. Palantir is the country that's been contracted by the United States government, $30 million contract, to compile data on Americans. I thought he promised no new wars. Yeah, he did promise that. He promised a bunch of shit that he lied about. Lower grocery prices day one. We've only seen higher grocery prices. Part of which is his fault because of tariffs. He was going to end the Russia-Ukraine war on day one. Not even close. In fact, he's walked it back and said he was exaggerating.
Keeping the Army forces battle ready and nimble makes transportation for the U.S. Army a very vital element. Spread across the parade today, numerous fighting vehicles, some designed for very specific functions and others for flexibility, but they all must be maintained. With over 200,000 trucks alone, wheeled vehicle mechanisms ensure that the fleet of vehicles are ready, and these mechanics get the job done. This convoy starts with the M777, a lightweight howitzer. These lightweight howitzers may not look particularly lightweight.
Okay, this is a genuine question to MAGA in chat. I see some of you. I get it. You guys like Trump. You guys like the military. I like the military too. Okay, I get it. Is this really entertaining to you? Like, ignore what it means, right? Celebrating the 250th anniversary of the Army, blah blah blah. Is this not like watching paint dry for you guys?
Operation Desert Shield and Desert Storm in 1991 is also seeing active use in Ukraine.
Has it been that way for the whole thing? I don't know. I just started watching when I went live.
The 7th Infantry Division stationed at Joint Base Lewis McChord has been seeing continuous combat action ever since activation in World
Feels
War
dystopian.
I.
Yeah, well.
From Europe to the Aleutian Islands, Japan, Korea, Afghanistan, and the Pacific, the Bayonet Division boasts a proud history of answering the call of its motto, "Trust in Me," with resolute dedication. Sent to deployments and conflicts around the globe.
This is like the Fire Festival Trump edition.
Returned to Fort Lewis in 1971, its first time on American soil since 1934.
What is this video? This is live. This is our current president spending $45 million of taxpayer money to celebrate his birthday. Today is his birthday.
At Incheon Landing and during the liberation of Seoul, they were credited with plunging the bayonet into the heart of the enemy, with 13 members of the division receiving the Medal of Honor. The 7th enables and sustains the combat readiness of 2 Stryker brigades.
You guys hate everything about this country? Bro, you hate everything about this country. You do. You're the one supporting the guy that doesn't care about the Constitution. Said he would terminate it if it meant that he could win an election. We just wanted to get rid of parts of the 14th Amendment. 14th Amendment, I don't like this part because it has to do with brown people. Let's take it out. You guys don't like anything about this country. You want to deport the people that make this country great. So wild.
Soldier, the cornerstone of everything the Army does, we are continuously transforming. Army
Draft dodgers don't deserve military parades. True.
To astronauts and mechanics to engineers. The Army's greatest asset is our people. The finest men and women our great nation has to offer, with a myriad of talents that make us stronger. Aside from its people, the Army's next greatest asset is its technology and equipment. Coming up next, these vehicles offer a glimpse of what the Army employs for readiness and battle. The portable howitzers and the portable Abrams tank were used extensively in the Gulf War, along with Bradley tanks and the infantry squad vehicle. The ISV provides enhanced tactical mobility of an
Emperor Theophilus, I agree, but span that a little bit less.
The ISV provides the warfighter with increased flexibility to ensure infantry units maintain momentum to achieve mission success.
All right. TikTok got mad at me for showing the video, so I'm gonna narrate it for you guys. It just cut to 3 children saluting. Okay, now it's back to 2 guys in a tank, 1 black, 1 white. Both look miserable. 2 camera guys just crossed in between 2 tanks. Be nice, they're our troops. No, it was literally 3 children. They weren't our troops. They were in the audience. Okay, another tank. This one has 1 woman, 1 man, both white, and both look miserable. Okay, now it's panning out to... Oh, that's very phallic. Hold on. UFC also sponsored it, Dan? Oh, lovely. There's no watching in Cadence is hilarious. What are you watching on? I'm watching it on YouTube. Okay, you know what? Listen, we can't watch it anymore because of TikTok. Here's what I'm gonna do. If anyone wants to come up and explain why this 45 million is justified, please request up. Come on, don't be shy. And TikTok doesn't support this garbage. Oh, you know what? They just cut to an army recruiting ad.
In this uniform. I'm like, yeah, I want to do that.
Ready for takeoff. My motivation, I think it follows in line. I think with what my family's done is kind of...
All right, here we go.
What's up, my man?
What's up?
Yeah, well, it's justified because we already saved $1 trillion stopping the fraud, abuse, and the waste from Doge.
Oh, you're trolling.
And now people,
okay.
people
I'm going to bring up a non-troll.
They need to be treated like royalty. And he's done a good job.
Okay. As much as I appreciate the satire, I'm going to go to somebody that actually believes this stuff. Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
I got a question.
Okay.
How come Clinton and Obama can deport millions more without the outrage?
I will answer that question for you. So
go ahead.
I can't speak too much to Clinton because I didn't look into it as much. But in terms of Obama, most of the deportations under Obama were not raids and were not conducted in the fashion. My sentence is not concluded, not even close. Not conducted in the fashion that Donald Trump is conducting these raids. A lot of these deportations took place at the border, and when people were caught trying to cross the border. This is different than people who have been here for decades and have families with mixed citizenship status, and people that are showing up to their immigration hearings and being arrested. And this is different than people that are being deported that arrived here at 16 and had protective orders preventing them from being deported and being deported anyway because they didn't receive due process. That's the difference.
Well, I mean, all right, I can't speak on that because I mean, of course, you know, as any media outlet, they're going to show you the different views. Am I right?
I'm not
what
speaking.
I mean by that
hold on.
What I mean by that is, I'm saying like, there's people working and then they're showing up and they're rating them. Then not as per se what you're saying. They're showing up at court hearings and getting arrested and stuff like that. Like as a person, I don't see that stuff. You get me?
Okay, well, yeah, because you're a single person. Why would anecdotes matter? But like at some
Yes,
point you have to
no,
look at what's being reported and
okay,
use that information. So
but
we know here. I could pull
but
up the information for you.
so now to what you say, I would say back is okay. So they're getting arrested and sent back at the border, but now you're saying these people are already across the border, which is still not right. It's still illegally crossing a border, and they're getting sent back. I really don't see a difference, is what I'm saying.
I will explain. There's so many differences. So
It's not because it's technically you and I as a person, we can't go into another country illegally. We can't go into their country without the proper documentation. Am I right?
you can't do that here either.
Well, I mean, these people that are getting sent back don't have the proper documentation.
It, you
They're-
okay? You know your statement. Your statement is like self-fulfilling, right? You're saying you can't come into another country illegally. That's where the word illegal comes from, right?
okay.
But either
And
way, there's not there are no other countries on earth that are doing mass deportations in this regard. And and actually, our border is one of the most secure borders in the world. I know you wouldn't believe it, but the reason that it feels like it's not is because a lot of people want to come to this country. There was a
well, of
time
course,
where this was the greatest
yeah,
country on earth. So
there was. You're right. You're right. No, believe me, they come for opportunity. You know what I'm saying? Not all people are bad people, but I just wanted to know what your opinion was on the fact that Obama and Clinton have deported millions more, but I mean, a couple 100,000 that Trump has been, and it's a big outrage. And I'm wondering why you didn't see this outrage when Obama was president.
Um, the reason you didn't see there's a different levels of outrage because again, I already explained
Yeah,
what's different between Obama and Trump. However,
yeah.
there was outrage regarding Obama's deportations. The reason you didn't see it is because you guys don't care about that. It was outrage coming from the left regarding Obama's deportations. I can
And I mean, like it's with Obama's, you're saying like you see the saying is like they're saying they're people, they should be allowed here, right? You know, they should. That's what you would say. That's what
This
that's
is what
what
I'm saying.
Democrats are
Okay,
saying. That's what you see all over social media
this is what
posts, everything like that.
this is what I'm saying. There are people that don't believe in borders at all. And frankly, in a perfect world, I would be one of those people. But I am someone that says we should have a strong border and we should have less
Hmm.
illegal immigration. However, we should have more legal immigration. I also
Yeah.
believe that there is no reason to mass deport people. We already deport criminals. So before you go to we got to get the criminals out. Criminals are already marked for deportation the moment that they're picked up and convicted, right? So
Yeah.
so we're talking about just people that cross the border illegally. In a lot of cases, these are people that have been here for over a decade, right? In a lot of cases, these are people that have families. In a lot of cases, these are people that are paying taxes with their ITIN numbers. And you just
Some
discounted
are,
it before.
yes. I agree with you. Some
Yeah.
are, not all.
And you did. Thank you, Whitney. And you discounted it before, but a lot of these people are doing things the right way. They're showing up to their
Right.
immigration hearings every year. They're trying to apply for either asylum or actually apply for citizenship. Unfortunately, we don't really have a good pathway to citizenship right now. That's why we need
No, I
immigration
think
reform.
I think the pathway to citizenship is horrible, and it takes a lot longer than it should.
The
Believe me,
current, yeah. So
I agree.
yeah, so those are the differences here. It's we have someone
Okay.
who's spending. Well, first of all, Trump is spending more per deportation than Obama or Clinton by a lot because he's actually going out and looking for people. Right. That's number one.
Yeah.
Number two, there's also human rights violations. Well, the majority of the people that Obama and I imagine Clinton, like I said, I didn't do the research on Clinton, but the majority of people that Obama was deporting were people that were caught at the border. It weren't people being racially profiled. Like we're pulling up to Home Depots and asking to see papers in 2025 in the United States of America. That's not
Yeah.
okay.
Okay. Well, just to let you know, I appreciate the response, and I mean, like, all I am is gaining another person's perspective on things, so I appreciate it.
Okay.
Um, Instead of saying, oh, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is right, this is right. No, I'm not about that. I mean, and this is called I'm not liberal at all. I'm very Republican, but I just wanted to get another person's perspective on it and learn something. That's all.
All right. Well, I hope I hope you think about some of the things I said and the differences, and maybe
No, no,
look into some of those stories
yeah.
um, about people being picked up at their immigration hearings, essentially doing it the right way and still being deported. Look up some of the stories
And
about the children. We have a 17-year-old Honduran migrant who was a
mhm.
foster child in Florida and was turned in by the Florida DCF, the Department of Children and Families. Um,
Yeah,
these are stories that we didn't see under Obama. We did not see the
yeah,
cruelty. We also didn't see Obama demonizing immigrants and migrants. In fact, we watched a video yesterday that showed the compassion that Obama had for these people. We even had, they raided a kid's birthday party. Yes, thank you, Nemo. We also had Obama with DACA protecting people that came here when they were children who know no other country. That's not something that Donald Trump plans on doing. And in fact, it's clear to me that Donald Trump doesn't want any immigration from non-white countries. The only refugees he wanted to take in were the white South African refugees. He's talked about how when Mexico sends, I mean, you remember this quote: "When Mexico sends its people, they're not sending their best. They're bringing drugs, they're bringing crime, they're rapists, and some I assume are good
yeah.
people.
Which isn't true. Which isn't true.
You know most are good people. You know that as a human in this
But
country.
believe me,
Yeah,
I have worked side by side next to illegal people who were snuck in by the cartel that are Mexican and they paid their way in here illegally. But they are some of the best people in the world. Some of them, you know, they have nothing but good means when they come here.
yeah. So I hope you look into more of like the actual the pain being caused by this administration and why it's different than Obama. And like I said, there was outrage in regards to some of the things Obama did. You could look up the ACLU lawsuits against Obama. It's just
Okay,
the outrage was less, and it was also less noticed by the right because the right, that was one thing they were okay with and under Obama was deportations. So
got you, got you. It's the same with all that, like all the crazy protests that you see. Like, there's no way people are just randomly doing that when it comes to political sides. I believe
Thanks,
that's
Obama.
something that somebody is
100%.
paying for and paying people to do. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not a
In reg-
Democratic thing or a
in regards to
Republican
what?
thing.
What do you mean?
I mean, like you see videos of people burning cars and damaging shit. Um,
Oh yeah, I mean
I would
that's
say that's that I and I would say this from this goes on to both sides and this happens to both parties. That's what happens to both parties to make them look bad. There are people out there paying people to do that stuff.
all right. Well, I appreciate the conversation, and
All right, you have a good one.
um okay, I'm about to reset. I'm gonna give my thoughts on the pro. We can't watch the military player, and frankly, I'm glad we didn't. I'm glad we weren't able to continue. Um, but yeah, TikTok doesn't like that I played the military parade, so we're gonna reset. Make sure you're following. I'm gonna give my thoughts on the protests that I went to today. I'm gonna give my thoughts on the news today, and then you know what? I think we might do some debates. We might do some debates. Not necessarily in that order. We'll see how it goes. It's so crazy because PBS is streaming it on TikTok. Well, no. So the reason they don't like it is because it's not my. I'm not the one holding the camera. It's. But yeah. All right. I'll be right back. Make sure you're following. YouTube and Twitch. You guys can still see me. Can you show on Twitch and YouTube? Maybe, but I think we're just not gonna watch it anymore. All right. How bad was the parade? Bro, it was boring. And there was a random pop-up ad for Palantir, which was jarring. Welcome back, everybody. Howdy ho, Mac. Welcome back, everybody. Oh, I should have a caption. I'm sorry. Hold on. What do y'all think about that one? Is the Dollar Tree North Korea parade over? I don't know, but TikTok got mad at us for watching it. Thank you for helping destroy the Democratic Party. I truly appreciate it. Sober, Sagittarius. Something tells me you weren't a Democrat anyway. They just showed an overhead shot of the parade and there was no one there. Oh no. I once was. What, back when what, back in like the 1800s? Was that when you were a Democrat? Not a racist. Do you realize the parade is to celebrate our army? I'm not talking about the parade specifically, but we could talk about the parade. If you want to talk about the parade, you can come up. If you don't even have to talk about race. You don't have to talk about anything. We'll talk about why you support Trump. Okay? Request up. We'll talk about why you support Trump. Yes, Tanner. Trump best president in American history? If you think so, come tell me why. Why do you think so? Rebel flag, Trump won, get over it. Democrats are brainwashed. Jesus Christ. Okay. Well, that guy's profile has a slur in it. Just gonna go ahead and block him now. Did you protest today? Yes. Well, I mean, technically I was handing out bottles of water and counting protesters, but yeah. I definitely support Trump. Jenny, let's talk about it.
Our country is being destroyed by stupid people.
Thank you, Shamao. I sent you a request. Tell me why you support Donald Trump. I hope you have a wonderful and safe day. Thank you. Democrats aren't even a party anymore. Nunya, Republicans have won one popular vote in 20 years, and somehow the Democratic Party is over. Get a grip. Okay, here we go. Going to our first guest. And if I am racist, well, then you're logically consistent. Listen, if you're racist and you support Donald Trump, then I don't have a problem with you for supporting Trump. I have a problem with you for being a racist. But at least you know what you're doing, right? At least you're open with your. Wait, were we actually debating tonight? Yeah, fuck it. Fuck it. I gotta get some frustrations out. I'm gonna give a retrospective on the protests after. Hi, welcome up.
Yo,
What's going on?
just getting called racist by TikTok Live, you know, the usual.
Okay, so why do you support Donald Trump?
Because I'm for national security.
National security.
Yep.
Huh.
Yes, sir.
What's threatening our national security right now?
Joe Biden's immigration.
Joe Biden's immigration. And what about Joe Biden's immigration? What did he do? What did Joe Biden do? You already, by the way, this is 2 sentences, and we're all on the same page now. But go ahead. What did Joe Biden do to the immigration? policy.
Have you seen the apprehension numbers and like his crossings compared to other presidents?
His crossings compared to other presidents.
Yeah, he was just extremely high. We had to declare a national emergency.
What did? No, we didn't have to. Trump just wanted to. But so, can you tell me what Biden did to cause that?
Bro, I'm not in the White House with him, bro.
Yeah. Okay. So you don't know. Perfect. So you didn't know.
Yeah, this is where you kind of play like mental games and you jump through all these loopholes just to argue against the fact that he had record numbers. Like, if you have record
so let's say it is record numbers. No, let me ask you a question. Why is it a problem? Tell me why it's a problem.
Because we need to identify the people in our country. Do you disagree with that? You think we can have undocumented immigrants running around?
We need to identify people in our country.
We need to know who is in the country, yes. We need to have some sort of calculation of the people in this country. We need to have people in databases because if one of these people commits a crime, they're a ghost. It's impossible to track these people down.
Wait a second.
Think about it for a second. I know this is
tell me how Donald Trump is deporting these people.
How is he? I think he sent some to El Salvador.
And how could he find them? They're ghosts. Yeah, you don't know. You don't know anything about anything. You don't know why crossings were up before. You don't know how Donald Trump is finding any of these migrants. You don't know. You just don't like brown people. Just say it, bro. Why do you guys not just say it with your chest? National security. We need to put people on a database. Just say, I don't want brown people in my country. Why can't you guys just admit it?
So the thing is, I don't care about the color of the immigrant skin. If they're here illegally, that's all I care about. No, like Republicans and Trump voters don't care about the color.
Yes, wait, hold on.
Let me finish. If they're from Ukraine, if they're from Russia, they're white, right? But we still don't want them in here.
Oh, no. You're wrong, though. You're wrong because Donald Trump wanted white South African former slave owners in here. What the
hell, bro? You guys pull something out your ass every day.
What about this? Can we talk about this?
We can talk about whatever.
Can we talk about this? Where
you just said I don't want brown people.
Yes. Donald Trump says there are a lot of bad genes among migrants in the U.S.
I can pull up a quote.
Listen, I can pull up a quote of Donald Trump saying, "Why don't we get any good immigrants like those from Sweden or France? What do you think those people have in common?"
They're not from Middle Eastern shitholes.
They're white. Donald Trump has time and time again pointed out that he wants immigrants from Europe and not immigrants from brown countries, shithole countries. If you haven't heard it, listen, this is your opportunity to come out as a non-racist. If I show you, stop for 1 second, I will let you go. I swear I'll let you go after my crash out. If I show you at least 10 times where Donald Trump has indicated he is against immigration from non-white countries, but is for immigration from white countries, will you then say, I no longer support this president?
Yeah, if you can prove to me it was for color, but let me say this, what I think it is. I think it's because these countries he's referencing have better national security. Like, bro, it's pretty obvious that Sweden has better national security than Mexico. Would you agree with me on that? Come on, let's be objectively true here, Dan. Let's actually have a progressive conversation.
What do you mean by national security?
Would you agree with me that Sweden has better national security than Mexico?
I genuinely don't know the answer to that question, but let's say that's the case. Why would we?
Can't make a guess.
Let's go to what? Let's just go to the same country. Would you say that black South Africans are more dangerous than white South Africans because Donald Trump specifically allowed white South Africans into this country?
All right, show me what you're talking about with this. I think he's just talking about taking people from countries who are in a society with less crime and they are already within a government system where they've been tracked a lot more than someone in Mexico would be. It's ran by the cartel.
I'm going to hold you to this when you said, listen, I'm going to hold you to this. When I said I'm going to show you multiple examples of Donald Trump where it's clear that he is talking about people's race and people's color. If I show you multiple examples.
To double up on my point is also, like, let's say Iran, right? There's a way higher risk if you let people in from Iran of terrorist organizations coming through versus Sweden. There's no terrorist organizations prevalent in Sweden, bro. So, like, to say that's based on race is crazy for not wanting people from Iran, bro.
Hold on. I haven't even showed you what he said, and you're already
I know. Go ahead.
justifying it.
No.
Wait,
I'm
why
not,
are you
I'm just
already
saying,
justifying it?
what I'm not justifying. I mean, I am justifying it because that's what makes sense to me, bro.
Okay, so just read what I
Right
put up.
now,
Just read what I put
and
up.
here's also what I'll say. Right now, I would rather take people from, let's say, Spain
No, stop. Why are you talking? Read what I put up.
than Ukraine. So I'd rather have a browner person
Am I muted?
than a white person. So like your whole logic falls apart. I welcome Spanish more than I would Ukrainian refugees right now. So boom, I'm not racist.
Talk about extreme.
So I'm not racist, brother. It's all about where are the people coming from, bro. Like we can't just be some sanctuary city.
So South
For these
Africa.
political
So South
acts.
Africa is a singular country with
Correct.
both black South Africans and white South Africans, and we are allowing white South African refugees. This is not. You can't compare South Africa to South Africa because they're the same. It is one country.
Yeah, so aren't they
Explain
being
the reasoning.
persecuted for their skin color? I think they're being like persecuted for their skin color in South Africa, right? Is that like the basis of it? I have no idea. That's just what I've heard. I mean, like, bro, you have the article. Like, I hate how you guys live TikTokers do this. You have the article on the screen. You're making a point.
Okay.
So, like, make your point with the source.
So Donald Trump.
instead of just
Okay.
asking all these gotcha questions.
The problem is there's so much. I have to work backwards so much to get you to just the level
no,
to where
you
we can
don't.
have
You
this
don't.
conversation. So
Just make the claim.
So Donald Trump's claim is that there is a genocide in South Africa against white people, and he provided 3 debunked sources to the president of South Africa at their meeting. It was humiliating. If any other president did it, we would have laughed him out of office. But this is like in the bottom 100 worst things he's ever done. Nobody even cares. Like the president of South Africa came to the White House, and Donald Trump said, "You know, there's a genocide against white South Africans in your country. Here, look at this." And the guy's like, "This is photoshopped." And it's like, "Here, look at this." And he's like, "That's just misleading." And here, look at this. This is just fake news. And Trump's like, "Well, still."
So what's wrong with accepting people who he believes are being persecuted at? And you still haven't showed me a source or like why this is racist. Like all you've said so far is that Trump wants to save white people from being persecuted in South Africa. And then you said that's absolutely crazy. He showed them fake sources. Like, okay, that doesn't prove anything,
all right,
bro.
all right. So let me ask you a question then.
What does that even mean?
Is Trump absolved of all wrongdoing if he's just always wrong, right? He believes this horrible thing, so it must be okay. Can you just tell me if that's what you're trying to tell me?
I'll answer this broad question as you continue to dodge the fact that you said you had a source for him being. You said you had 10 sources, and all of a sudden we're trailing off from that. You said
because you already. Let me tell you why. I'll tell you why. Hold on. I'll tell you why. Because before I even brought up the source,
I just want to get to that claim because that was
before I even brought up the source.
This is where the fear mongering and the misinformation comes in. Is you make that claim to your viewers and you say, I have 10 sources of Trump choosing white people over brown people, and I will prove it to you.
Before I even
never
started
actually
to
get there. We haven't even gotten close to you showing that, bro.
Okay. Well, I started with the first example, and before I could even get to the example where I referred to, where he said he wanted immigrants from good countries like Sweden and whatever, you started already. You haven't even seen the source, and you were already defending him. So why am I going to go through 10 more?
Because I have
the strongest example right now is there's a country, South Africa. We're taking white South African refugees and not black ones. And that is based on a lie that there is a genocide happening. So you either have to admit, okay, well, Donald Trump isn't doing it for racist reasons. He's doing it because he believes lies. He's a dumb guy. He's a dumb idiot, and I support him, right? And that would be one way to do it. Or the other way is, yes, he is choosing white people over black people. Which one do you want to pick?
Well, I don't think it's always wrong to choose white people over black people in a specific area if the white people are genuinely being persecuted. Obviously, if anyone is being persecuted, we have to protect them. It doesn't matter if they're white.
Wait. There it is. Okay, so you're for the asylum seeking process, which means you're for Biden's administration. Thank you. We got there. Get that clip. Anyone that is being persecuted, we should protect them. Yes, I agree. Welcome to the Democratic side. W's in the chat. We turned him.
I don't necessarily mean
turned him.
Broad
Thanks,
point.
Chip. Woo. All right, we got one. Next. You see the pretzel they have to work themselves into, to where he worked himself so hard to defend the white refugees that he accidentally said that he believes in asylum seeking. W Chip, Democrat voter.
Oh, hi Dan.
Hey, buddy.
I'll make this quick. I just came up here to say that last I checked, asylum was legal. Fear of political persecution, gang persecution, so on and so forth. And Donald Trump immediately upon taking the Oval Office went ahead and canceled all the no, not all, about 30,000 applications for asylum seekers through the CBP app, which I thought was interesting. Because again, that's the legal process that everyone whines and cries about. You reduce the refugees, which are even stricter vetting processes for those individuals, and then all this is being done from people who we have no idea what they're going on, what their claims were. They weren't even screened yet, but they were going through the legal process, and he's scooping up people as they're going to the immigration hearings, brown people, and then deporting them on top of the fact that he is welcoming in white South Africans who, in no way, shape, or form, were actually persecuted against. None of the, 60-something that he brought over were even involved in any type of persecution of what's going on in that region. None of them. These were just people who just got scary and decided to flee and were given a chance to via the U.S. Majority of people who have faced persecution in that region are black, are Africans. None of them are coming here. Donald Trump isn't welcoming them. Instead, he's running off of a lie of a fake G-side. So if that isn't some of the most racist shit you've ever heard, then I don't know what is. But yeah, Dan has his examples. I have a couple. Donald Trump literally saying verbatim, immigrants are the fault of all of our problems in this country. I have that clip on my phone. So,
Immigrants are poisoning the blood of our nation.
Precisely. Like, this is, I don't know where you've been. Everyone somehow seems to believe that Mexicans and whoever else just got up one day and said Donald Trump hates us just because he's anti-illegal immigration or undocumented migrants coming here. That's not true. You live under a rock, stick your head out for a second, and do better.
Well, thank you for coming up.
Appreciate you, boss.
I think I might take some ibuprofen before the next guest.
Good idea.
All right, man. Love you. Did you go to any protests today?
I did not. I had a last minute family member come through town. I had to go see him. So I didn't go to this one. But ours started late, actually. Ours started around 5. It's about 7 here. Izzy actually is still out there right now. So I may be able to meet up with him later tonight.
Nice. If all I was gonna say was if you do go, make sure you stay safe, stay vigilant, and stay hydrated.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think the Austin one is going fine so far. Hopefully it stays that way. I saw you out there earlier. Appreciate you.
Thank you so much, Hector. As always, you're welcome to come back up if someone else wants to. Once this hits 0, I might actually have to bring you up to take over the live.
Hey man, I welcome it. I appreciate you. You can drop it down.
All right. If you're not following Hector Talks, now's your chance. Limited time offer. Are you gonna protest? Yeah, I'll talk about it after the debates. I went to a couple actually. All right, man. Have a good one.
All right, you too.
We're gonna go to the next guest. Dan, you live in Austin too? No, I don't live in Austin. I live in Florida. Okay. If that Chip guy wants to come up again and explain how excited he is to vote for the Democrat in the next election, welcome to do that if he's still here. All right, we're going to go to the next guest. If you're here for the first time, thank you so much for joining. We are live Thursdays to Sundays, 8 p.m. Eastern, doing live political debates, political discussions, and fact checks. We also try to be live for all major political events. The reason I say try is when we attempted to watch Donald Trump's $45 million North Korean birthday party, TikTok got mad at us. So But yeah, if you like this content, drop a follow, tap the screen. Thank you all so much. For those that have gifted or subbed, I appreciate it. Nobody has to gift or sub though. All you have to do is drop a follow. I mean, I guess you don't have to do that, but that's all I'm asking you to do. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And we're going to go to the next guest now. Hi, welcome up.
Yo,
What's going on?
yo, make America great again, my boy.
How old are you?
You better put that work in, my boy.
How old are you?
All right.
Your age? Number of years you've been alive?
Enough to make.
Yeah. All right. That was a 14-year-old. Dan, why would you be supporting Walmart's propaganda? I'm not sure what you're referring to. Undoubting. He legit sounded mid-20s. Yeah, maybe IQ. A reason to support Trump is his crypto stances. Which crypto stances were you excited about? Because he didn't have any specific policies except for that he wanted Bitcoin minted in the United States, which was a wild thing to say. Clearly doesn't know anything about crypto. No, I'm asking you what he proposed before the election. He pardons people with a lot of them. The only crypto plan was the rug pull. Do you understand the words you use? Yes, I do. There are a lot of people in chat and not a lot of people in the requests. Where are you guys? How much money has Dan made in crypto?
Our country is
now
being
he's the
destroyed
crypto
by
guy.
stupid people.
Thank you, ShamWow. Wait, when did I say I was the crypto guy? I'm replying to the person. So the person made a statement.
Thanks, Obama.
Thank you, Steph, for the sub. The person made a statement saying that a reason to vote for Trump is his crypto stance. Basically trying to find a way to weasel out of being labeled a racist. So they're saying, the reason is to vote for his crypto stance. So I asked him, what was Trump's crypto stance before the election? And now you interpreted that as me saying that I'm a crypto expert. I'm not a crypto expert. I mean, here's what I can tell you. I can tell you that the Trump coin was a rug pull. I can tell you that anyone that would vote for a guy who is selling his own Bibles and his sneakers and his watches and his commemorative plates, and then his own crypto coin is probably easily separated from their money. You guys just seem easy to scam. Trump managed to make crypto even more unstable. Keep crying because you can't do it. Can't do what? Vote for a racist rapist? You're right, I can't do that. Yeah, I'm not as pro Bitcoin as them, but crypto as a whole can get us out of the Fed system. I really don't think it's going to happen. Whatever you believe is true for you. Hold on. No. I just want to be clear. There is no, empirically, just based on his actions and his words, there is no reason to vote for Donald Trump. There's no reason to currently support Donald Trump unless you are either a wealthy individual that doesn't really care about racism, or you're a racist. Those are the two. If you think you have a different reason than those two, request up. Yeah, I support Donald Trump. I'm none of the name calling you've got all. You just got called. Okay, listen, Fumar. Oh, just tell me out of those two reasons, which one is it? If you have another one, let me know. You seem to be having trouble articulating yourself.
Thanks, Obama.
I'm asking for a valid reason to support this man, other than that you're rich or racist or both. Thank you, ShamWow. I'm sending them invites, by the way. They're not requesting because they can't defend. It's one of three things. Either they know they're racist, right? And so what are they going to say? They don't want to admit they're racist and they can't defend what they're saying. See, you just said, oh, poor snowflake. Instead of giving me the reason, I said, give me a reason besides you're racist or you're rich or you're both. You still can't do it. You call me a snowflake instead. So he is racist, so he has nothing to say. He can't admit that he's racist, so he has no way to defend himself. Or number three, he's not requesting because he doesn't want me to hear his Russian accent. On to the next guest. Hi, welcome up.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Awesome. So my case is actually, I'm not sure if you're willing to take, me in the queue, but I actually voted for him. However, during the recent course of events these past few months, uh, I just, I realized, I was able to kind of see both sides, and I realized to a certain extent how brainwashed, uh, kind of the MAGA, uh, cult is. I was never a MAGA guy. I was just kind of, independent that just was looking at both options. In my honest opinion, I was looking at it being kind of closer to Trump's first term, where yeah, he did some crazy stuff, but for the most part, um, you know, he kind of just didn't mess with the way of life too much. Uh, you know, and I did listen to his campaign. Yes, there was a little bit of stuff I kind of was, on the table and on the fence for, but just I'm going off the actions that he's done this second term, and he's just I see how MAGA is very pro Constitution, pro America, but Trump is doing the opposite. So um, I'm willing to actually see things for what they are, and that's kind of why um, I kind of just I'm actually against him now, and I'm willing to say I regret my vote.
Okay.
So
I appreciate you
and
coming up.
yeah,
A couple things I'm going to say. First of all, I really appreciate anyone that can admit they were fooled. Is that what you're saying, at least for this vote in 2024?
yeah. Honestly, like I said, my main so I have a business, and and one of the main reasons that I voted was the economy. Um, and obviously he had secondary issues he ran on as well. Um, but if you really look at what he really ran on, which was the economy is doing no better. His terrorist policies are complete crap. It seems like he just doesn't really know what he's doing. And on top of that, uh, just what he's doing with the ICE raids. It's like he's choosing a section of people, of the population base, and just blaming that group of people for everyone's problems. And like I said, I'm a business owner. I got it through the mud, and I'm one of those people that if you're in a certain situation, granted, I know, certain environments make it more difficult, but at the end of the day, you control your own life. You don't have to blame other people for,
Okay.
what's happening to you. And then on top of that, like what he's doing with the overreach of the executive branch, just overstepping, um, just the other two branches. And Congress really also is not really doing much. I know we don't have control of the House, but they're really not. They're really kind of just
Can,
letting him
can I
take
ask you how
control.
old you are?
I'm 25. Yeah.
So you were 17 when he first ran?
Yes, sir.
So I'm gonna say this. Like I said before, I appreciate people that can admit that they were fooled. I appreciate that you are now on the anti-fascist side. Um, but I do need to explain all of the things you missed along the way, and how this could have been easily avoided. So first of all, you said that you were hoping that it was more like his first term, where he didn't really mess with people's way of life. The problem with that is that he did mess with people's way of life. In fact, 51% of this country lost their right to make their own healthcare decisions due to his Supreme Court justice picks. Um, his major policy that was passed, he was only able to pass one thing, was tax cuts that mostly went to benefit the top 1% and added so much to the deficit that that we're still recovering from this right now. Here, I'll pull it up for you real quick. The
Oh
spending.
no, I totally get. That's another thing. Actually, the big beautiful bill, that's garbage. I mean, if you all that pork that's in there is in no way benefits me or the average American, which is
Yeah,
what apparently he was running on. And he ran on no new wars, and he blamed Biden for the Ukraine war. But I mean, Pakistan and India just had their little skirmish, and then obviously the Israel-Iran conflict. So that's out
yeah.
the
No,
door.
I get it. Right now, you're super based. What I'm trying to say is all of this stuff that you're saying right now,
Hmm.
you should have been able to predict this.
Yeah, and I
And
guess it was kind of inexperience. I understand. Probably another thing that I think really got me was being in an echo chamber. Recently, I mean, me personally, like I said, I'm an independent, but me personally, I kind of started seeing that what he was doing just wasn't, what uh, it didn't go with what Republicans are actually saying. They say one thing but do another. So I kind of started doing more research, diving into, more liberal podcasts, and not, and before that would be unheard of for me. You know, Republicans are, crazy liberals, radical left, and I fell for it. So I guess the inexperience, but like I said, over the years, I've been able to educate myself more and more instead of these propagandist talking points, and actually see, what's going on for what it is.
well,
And because I used to be a defender of him.
no, I get it.
During
I get
the
it.
20 during the Biden term, I was very on it. But like I said, I guess on that part, it's kind of very, very
Yeah.
much my inexperience.
Well, yeah. All I'm trying to say is that a lot of the things that you're noticing now were like this was present in his first term and also
Right.
during Biden's term, because obviously Trump never left our fucking lives for the past 9 years. So,
I guess.
so for
I guess.
example, I'm just gonna run through them real quick.
Right.
Yeah. So you said that like now he's like demonizing immigrants and targeting people based on their race and all this stuff, and
I,
this
I
is
I do understand on that part. He did demonize, like, for example, the Muslim religion in his first term. I do get that. So,
Mexicans. Even
hmm.
before the election, he was saying immigrants are poisoning the blood of our nation. This is before you had the opportunity to vote, which is directly from Hitler's book Mein Kampf. You had him making up lies about Haitian Americans. This was all available information, right? So like now seeing the mass deportations shouldn't have been the tipping point. Again, I don't want to I don't want to bully you. Okay, that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to say like you should have known and fuck you. It's too late, too little, too late. But man, all of the warning signs were there. The big beautiful bill being filled with a bunch of wasteful spending that's cutting taxes for the rich and also cuts Medicaid and all that stuff. This is the type of stuff that was in the 2017 bill, and it's also the type of stuff that he ran on. He ran on cutting waste, fraud, and abuse. Which, by the way, we never found any fraud, because if we did, then there would be prosecutions. This is all stuff that he ran on.
Yeah.
Everything you described, even the constitutional overreach or the executive branch overreach. He talked about in 2022. He talked about terminating the Constitution so they could remain in power. In 2020, he pressured his vice president to break his duty to the Constitution to put him in power. This was all on the table. And like I appreciate that you're saying that you believe the lies and you're in an echo chamber, and it sounds like you're willing to do better, but like this is like a 7-year fumble on your part, because like you've been an adult for the past 7 years and missed a lot of the warning signs. That's all I'm
Yeah.
gonna say.
Yeah, I guess. Well, for the 2016, so I didn't support him then. I actually didn't vote in that election. But come around the 2020 election, same. I kind of stayed out of it. I still was, I guess, too misinformed to make a good vote on my conscious decision.
I wasn't to be clear. I wasn't saying that you voted for Trump 3 times. I'm saying that all of the stuff that I'm talking about has been happening.
Yeah, and then obviously, I guess what really pushed me to vote was, the whole Biden presidency, and obviously, podcasts. Trump went hard on social media, so a lot of his talking points were on social media, and I started diving into that a little more, which obviously were more right leaning politically. But I guess my point here is, keep fighting the good fight. Like I said, I'm still not fully Democrat, not I'm still on the independent side, but definitely with what's going on, I cannot with good conscience say that I support what Trump is doing and what the Republicans are doing, and I can't even see myself supporting them in the next whether it be the midterms or like Trump's actions have actually pushed me to vote against him in the midterms. That's how bad of a job he's doing compared to just a couple 8 months ago in November. And I hope you keep up fighting the good fight. Like I said, I know there's gonna be the hard heads that for whatever Trump does, they'll support it. I mean, but there are still people that are willing to hear both sides. And like I said, that I was just one of those that just for a long time wasn't really too political. And when I did get into it, I got stuck in the echo chamber. And like I said, I was able to be captivated by it. And now I see that why it's so important to be well informed, because if you're not, you can make the wrong decision, and elections have consequences like they do now.
Yeah.
So
all right. Well, I appreciate you waking up. I hope you take the next year or so leading up to the midterms to not only you said you were planning on voting against him in the midterms, but try to wake up the people around you. Try to undo some of the damage that was done by your vote in 2024.
Well, actually, I forgot to mention that a lot of my family, they all went the Trump route, and every one of them, there's still maybe a couple, like one or two, that still are trying to somehow defend their vote. But for the most part, we all are completely off the Trump train. I'm not saying we're fully Democrats, or something like that, but definitely we don't agree with anything he's doing. I mean, it's just been, I could try to look for one good thing that he's done that he ran on, or that I could say, well, at least he did this. But I mean, he's just failed flat on just pretty much every issue. I guess gas is a little bit cheaper, but it's only like a couple cents. I mean, what's that going to do for me? Not much. When everything else is just burning.
All right, Fabian, I appreciate you. I do want to get to the next.
Yeah, I'll
guest.
let someone else get on, but yeah, I wanted to kind of make my point. But thank you, man. Have a good one, Dan.
You too. Thank you, Kevin. Okay. We're gonna go to the next guest. That boy could yap. Hi, welcome up.
Yeah.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Of course.
Why?
So I want to talk about your prompt.
Okay.
Can black people be racist?
Are you black?
I asked you a question.
Okay. What does that have to do with anything? If you're not black, I'm not answering that question.
I'm talking about your prompt.
Yes, I see my prompt.
Can black people be racist?
This isn't your live.
Yeah, because you don't answer the question. Yeah,
you're not black. Why does it matter?
Dude, so why do you have that up there then if you don't want to talk about it? But now you're going to go around it. You don't want to answer the question, do you?
You're not black. I know, because I know where your dialogue tree is going. That's why I'm not answering the question.
I know you do.
I know where your dialogue tree is going to go. If I say no, listen, if I say no, I will spoil it for chat. If I say no, then you're going to say, oh, what about all the black people that supported for Trump, that voted for Trump? If they can't be racist, then your prompt's wrong. If I say yes, then you're going to be like, okay, so what about the Democratic Party when they say that racism is prejudice plus power? I know where your dialogue tree is going to go. I'm talking to you,
why do you
Jim.
Have that prompt
okay?
Up there, then?
I'm going to, because you, Jim, you are a racist. I'm talking to you.
You know me that I'm a racist?
Yeah, well, we're gonna find out. That's why I asked you, why do you support Trump? And instead of answering that, you decided to do this stupid word
Why
game.
do I support Trump?
Yes.
I'll tell you why. Because I don't want another 4 years of Biden. That's what I didn't want.
Oh, okay, perfect. Now I'm gonna walk you through why. It's gonna go through all the
Okay.
steps. Watch this. What did
No, it's
Biden
okay,
do
but
wrong?
I want to talk.
What did
What's
Biden do
that?
wrong?
What did Biden do right? It's probably an easier question to answer.
That's easy. So Joe Biden
Yep.
was the first president in over a decade to pass multiple pieces of bipartisan legislation. A first president in decades to pass a infrastructure bill, which is something that Donald Trump promised in his first term and couldn't get it done, even though he had both houses of Congress. Joe Biden was the president that oversaw the fastest recovery from COVID of every single G7 country, and based on the statistics, every single country on Earth. What else would you like me to talk about? Because I asked you why you voted for Trump, and you asked me why Joe Biden did what Joe Biden did right. What did Joe Biden do wrong that made you so? Joe Biden did something so wrong to you that you voted for a racist rapist. I'm asking you that question. What did Joe Biden do?
No, that's okay. That's your opinion that you think he is racist, and that's your opinion. You're allowed to have that. But I want to talk about the protests that are going on. I don't understand the whole no king.
You have yet to give me a reason for voting for Trump, by the way, and this is why I have the prompt up. You have yet to give me a reason for voting for Trump.
You didn't answer my question either. So why should I answer yours?
Because you're not black. It has nothing to do with this.
So if I'm not black, I can't ask you if blacks should be racist. That's what you're saying.
You can ask me. I can answer the question for you.
All right,
I'm gonna give you. You want to hear an answer? You want to hear an answer?
Just because you talk really loud doesn't mean that you're right.
It's just I know where it goes. I know where it goes, and I want to skip it.
So then why do you have the prompt up there, you dumbass?
Because the prompt has nothing to do with the answer to that question.
It doesn't. It has everything to do.
Okay, I'm going to give you the answer to bring people up. Jim, I'm going to give you an answer. I'm going to give you an answer.
That's all you do. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So there is right now there is not a definitive answer to this question. However, the black community in this country is mostly in agreement that racism is prejudice plus power. This has been something that's been debated by the Jim Crow Museum. There's an article from 1992 that talks about, depending on how you define racism, is whether or not black people can be racist. Okay.
So what kind of racism are you talking about then? What kind of racism are you talking about? What is your prompt referring to? What kind of racism? I'm referring
to people that are prejudiced against people of other races, like yourself, Jim.
You know nothing about me.
I'm trying to learn about you, and you refuse to answer my questions. I said, why did you vote for Trump? You said because you didn't want 4 more years of Biden. I said, what did Biden do wrong? And you went back to black people. So I'm waiting.
No, I didn't go back to black people. You didn't answer the question. You have a prompt.
Okay, now I answered the question for you.
If you support Trump,
I answered the question for you. Yes, that's right. I answered the question for you.
Right. You did. You answered it. So what? Can black people be racist? Did you answer that?
I said the majority opinion is no. Black people in America cannot be racist. That's the majority opinion.
Okay.
If you disagree with that opinion, that's your prerogative. I personally,
I'm do because there are millions of black people that voted for Trump, and I know the numbers as far as voting go. The in the black community were up.
What's fun about this, Jim, is you're not one of them.
So I can't answer the question. Are you serious right now?
You came up, right? You came up. And
so here comes Hector.
Is that a problem? Wait, what's wrong? Wait, can you
no,
what's wrong with Hector?
He got his live ban because he can't go live, so he's got to come on your live and back you up, right? Is that what's going on here?
I'm actually not live banned. Sir, do I know you?
Oh, no, it's okay. I was just on your live
like he's a fan.
Ago and dog walked you, so it's okay.
Oh, that's cute. He a fan.
No, so Hector, can you answer the question? Can black people be racist?
You just had the question answered.
No, you didn't. I want you to answer because you're black. So go ahead.
You literally just had the question answered. Oh, great. So now you want to hear from a black person.
Yeah,
so
I
you're
do.
pushing this whole time as Dan refused to answer the question because he wasn't black and had nothing to do with the prompt.
So why does Dan have that prompt up there then?
And now that you have a black person,
and you can't.
Now you want to get my
You can't answer the question.
I think that's hysterical.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, I can.
But
you already got the answer, but he proved the point. He literally said, here's what's going to happen if I answer this question, A, B. And you literally went straight into it. So we can get back into the way that you're racist, which you've actually proven it about 4 times now that I've counted.
So I've proven that 4 times. Okay, yeah.
That's correct.
Because you know nothing about me and you know nothing about my family. So why would
Oh,
you?
I know
I
a
can
lot
even.
about you, actually.
You do?
Apparently, I know more than I even remember because you said you've been up on my panel before and you allegedly dog walked me.
Yeah, I would think you would remember, but that's okay. Go ahead. You
No, I
probably got a
don't
lot more
remember
on
a
your
There you
relevant
panel
go,
when
incident.
you.
Jim. There you go. I got you. Does that make you feel better?
If you support Trump, you are a bigot. Oh,
Does that
okay.
make you
So
feel
now I'm a
better? Now you
bigot.
don't have your
Oh, okay.
get out of black free card or whatever you thought that argument was going to be. Okay.
So what was the point of having that prompt up there then, Dan?
I wanted you to come up and reveal to the world how much of a racist piece of shit you are, and you did that.
Yeah, I revealed it. Okay. So
You
every
really did.
white person out there that voted for Trump is a racist. That's the
No one
second
said
No, no,
place
no,
I've
that.
ever
no, no!
heard
Whoa,
in my life.
whoa, whoa! You can't even read right. You can't even read right. If
No,
you
we're talking about.
still support Trump,
So there's black people that support Trump and they're racist then, right?
Black people support Trump, support anti-blackness.
They
And yes,
support what?
alongside
Say it
white
again.
people, they uphold white supremacy, which is racist.
So let me guess. You probably were out there protesting today too, weren't you, with the whole no kings thing?
No, I was not.
Oh, you weren't. Okay, Dan, did you go out and protest, Dan?
I did.
Oh, you did. So you realize that the person that
Okay, I muted you for a second because I need you to get I need you to get to a point where we can actually talk about why you voted for Trump. Are you willing to get to that point? Because if not, I'm going to go to the next guest. I'm like good on the dialogue
Does
trees. I
he,
really am. I've heard them all.
yeah, go
does he
ahead.
realize that
Go to
he
the
never
next
answered the
guest. I
question?
know. No, it's fine. Go to the
Do
next
you
guest
realize
because
that you never, Jim,
you had to bring
Jim,
Hector up
you
here for
never,
backup because you're weak.
no,
You're
no.
weak
I
and
was
you're a
literally
bigot.
just listening
Yeah.
in. I
Yeah.
was,
Okay.
my guy,
Yeah.
I
So why'd you
requested
request
up
up
just
then,
because I
Hector?
knew you were going to keep talking about black people. You're the one who came for me.
Yeah,
I
because
didn't
he had a
say
prompt up
anything.
there that said you're racist if you vote for Trump, and that is 100% wrong. That's why I came up.
You
And
know
here
what's
you are,
funny?
Hector.
You
Here
know
you
what's
are,
funny,
Hector,
Jim?
trying to back
All
him
you
up.
had to do
Yeah.
was
Okay.
give your reason for voting for Trump. That's all you had to do.
And I
It has
did.
been like
I did
over,
give him my
what,
reason for voting for
5 to
Trump
8 minutes, and you still haven't.
because I didn't want another 4 years of Biden, which is what we were going to
My
have.
guy, you know why that reason is invalid?
We were going to have
Because
Tim
Biden
Walz.
wasn't
We were going
on
to
the
have Tim Walz
goddamn
as a
ticket.
vice president who
Hey,
can't even
Jim, hey,
answer
Jim,
a
hey, Jim,
question in
hey,
front
Jim.
of
Now
the
you're talking
he
about
can't
Tim
even
Walz. Hold
answer a
on. I'm sorry.
question in front of
Last I
the.
checked, Tim Walz
Yeah.
and Biden
Okay.
are two different people. So I don't know if you have
Yeah.
issues like this,
No, but we would
differentiating
have
white
had Tim
people.
Walz for a
Maybe you think
VP
all white
because that
people
was
look the
his
same,
VP.
but they're
Yeah, that was the
two
VP.
different people, Jim. Jim,
Yeah, I know,
Biden and Tim
Hector.
Walz are two different people.
Yeah, I know,
Not to
Hector. Keep
mention,
talking.
with
Oh,
you
now we got
saying
a
I
bunch.
didn't want 4 more
Wow,
years of
a bunch of
Biden
support
doesn't
up here.
make
That's what
sense
you want, don't
because
you?
Biden
You can't answer the question
wasn't
on his own, so he's
on
got to
the
bring up
ticket.
support.
So
Yeah,
now
leave
I'm going to
people up
proceed
to
to tell
talk to
you
them.
exactly. Oh my
You
God, we're
guys
going
are
to fucking
stupid.
mute him. I'm going
Yeah,
to
just
proceed to
mute
tell
them.
you
Yeah,
exactly how
just
you
mute
showed how
them.
racist you are
Yeah, go
within
ahead.
the
Go in
first
circles.
2 minutes. Let me
Go
tell
ahead
you.
in circles,
So
Hector.
you
Wait,
came up on the panel, and when you were asked a clear
Go
question
ahead.
on why you could not vote for Kamala Harris or why you voted for Donald Trump, you said because of Biden. So there's this thing called black erasure, right? Where white people do not acknowledge black people and they don't acknowledge black candidates. Last I checked,
Thanks, Obama.
Biden dropped out of the race. Kamala Harris did not. You not once acknowledge her policy platform, what her plan was for the country. Instead, you hyper focus in on the white man who dropped out months prior to November 5th. That's called black
oh, he
erasure.
left. Oh,
Negating
yeah.
blackness is racist. Of course you did.
Wait, can we get some runners in the chat? Oh my god. Thank you, Hector.
I don't know why he
Thank
ran.
God for you,
Hector's
Hector,
not even
because I
that
was about
good.
to get. Hey, yo, thank God for you, Hector, because I was about to read him his rights. I was just waiting. You know what I'm saying?
Don't give
I was,
Hector no praise. Hector ain't that good. Hector ain't that good. I don't
What?
know why Jim left. Jim, you could have took Hector. Jim, I have faith in you.
Crazy.
Y'all deaf intimidated?
I
you know what I'm saying? Like
literally
I think people don't read definitions to words, and they ask these stupid questions
I
like black
literally
people.
only requested up because he was going to keep talking about black people.
Of course he did. That's the only reason I requested up too. You know what I'm saying? But you know, a lot of these racists never read this book called "Even the Mice Was Right." Right? You know what I'm saying? And it talks about racism and the side and the people who actually created it and how they formulated race on this chart by guess what region, and guess who was at the top and guess who was at the bottom. You know what I'm saying? It was all European countries at the top. Guess who was at the very bottom? It said Negro. So ask yourself so if you got to ask yourself if black can be racist, ask yourself, when could a black person be racist? Because I guarantee you the reason why most black people if they don't like certain people, it's not because of your skin color. I can guarantee you that. You know what I'm saying? And black people has never had the power to move anybody in this country due to their skin color. Can black people be bigots? Can black people be prejudiced? Absolutely. But can they be racist? No. Racism is a whole thing. That's why we have 3 different words to describe this type of bigotry, right? The English language is a wonderful language once you learn the words of it. You know? Google is your friend.
I didn't even want to get into that. I thought you did the right thing by not even entertaining it, Dan, because we knew exactly where he was going with that. And he proved the point in a very short amount of time. Any case, I'm going to go ahead and drop down. I'll be in the comments to scare people off if you need me again, I guess. I don't even know
I'm
who
going to
this
drop
guy
down
is.
as well.
Oh, Jim's still in. All right, Jim, listen. I know you felt intimidated, okay? If you'd like, you can pick one of the gentlemen on the panel to have a discussion with. That way you don't feel ganged up on. Would that be okay for you, Jim? Would you like to come back up and continue to holler? No, he wouldn't.
Of course he's not. You know what I'm saying? You have a good rest of your evening. I will be continuing to watch in the comments, brother. I appreciate it.
You too.
Thanks for having me up, man. I'm about to lay down. I was at the damn parade, the riot today in New York. Well, not riot,
Not the riot.
protest.
Oh no.
Protest. Because they take words out of protest. But I'm tired as hell. I'm about to relax, but I'm in the chat.
All right, man. Appreciate you coming up.
All right.
I didn't even say anything, chat. You know what's funny? Hector didn't say anything. He came up and the guy instantly started talking about Hector. Another day of Dan being upset that Talk Bro is here every day. It's so wild. Okay, so I talked about this in my Discord before. I guess I don't know if this is like a new MAGA talking point thing to try to weasel their way out of being called racist. But this is the article that I personally really like about the topic. This is from the Jim Crow Museum, and basically it answers the question of if black people can be racist, and it explains how it depends on the way you define it, and how it's been defined colloquially versus how it's been defined over time and how the definition has developed. I know I get Trump supporters can't read this much, but this is a really good article, in my opinion. And I changed the prompt to make him feel better. Now, if he wanted to come up with that question and catch me in a gotcha, he should have probably not been white. I think that would have maybe worked out a little bit better. Ism denotes a system. Racism is a system of oppression, and oppression only works one way. Is we have black voters, the new I have black friends. Oh my God. Wait. Why is Dan debating topics he doesn't have the mental capacity to debate? Wait, Gene. 0 followers, 0 following. Just say your Jim without saying your Jim. Like, okay. We're going to go to the next guest.
Hello.
Hi, welcome up.
Hi. Is a Zoomer a Trump supporter here?
That you're a Zoomer Trump supporter?
Yes.
Okay. And why do you support Donald Trump?
To make America great again. We have a lot of problems.
Okay. So, what are the when you say make America great again? When was America great? What do you want to go back to?
Basically, like, is there an echo? What's going on?
Oh, it's a TikTok glitch. I'll mute while you're talking.
Okay. Yeah, basically, like, I mean, when you say "make America great again," you're mostly talking about, American power and like the role that America played in upholding Western civilization. So, like, we want to go back to America being strong, but like not the racism or sexism.
Okay. And what about Donald Trump makes you think we'll go back to America being strong?
He's pro-American business. It's like really like American business is what upholds American power, and like we saw the establishment. They hindered like Musk for years. They hinder entrepreneurs for years, and it's just a good culture thing to have Trump in office. It, like, lets people know that it's like okay to be strong again.
A good culture thing? What culture are we referring to?
The frontier entrepreneurism.
Okay, can you do me a favor and like stop chewing into the mic?
My bad.
Okay, frontier entrepreneurism. So you're saying Donald Trump's policies are pro-American business, right? That's
Yeah,
your
I mean
argument.
it's also pro-American identity too.
Ooh,
That's
we got to
a
talk about that one. What do you mean What do you mean by that?
yeah, because I think we can both agree like yeah, because we can both agree on the economics. Like, we're in a really tough spot in terms of the debt. Like, we don't have like there's no political will to reduce spending, and so it's like what Buffett said. Like, the only way we're getting out of this is by growing the economy. But yeah, when it comes to American identity, like, we need to give the country time to settle with the new diversity.
We have to give America time to settle with the new diversity.
Right. Because we have a lot of people here that have citizenship, live here on permanent residency status, but they're not like classical citizens in the sense that they don't have, the psychological ownership over America. You know what I'm saying?
Are you? Do you happen to follow Nick Fuentes?
I've heard, of course I've like watched him for years, but I don't really think like about. I don't know. I mean, the thing with Nick is that I think he's taking us in the wrong direction with the Christian revivalism, and I don't know. I think the white identity is like important, but just for white people. But in America, but you don't have to be white to be an American, obviously.
So your problem with Nick Fuentes isn't the racism; it's that he's a little too pro-Christian.
Yeah, I don't really think that's. I mean,
You watched him for years.
yeah, of course.
Can you explain what the white identity is?
I mean, white identity is like it's just the way that like we grew up, like it's like reading like traditional Western canon. It's like it's stuff like reading Lord of the Rings. Like that's white identity.
Are you saying non-white people don't read Lord of the Rings?
I mean, they do, but like some of those stuff, like that's specifically like European. But yeah, it doesn't. that's just like how we do things. But if you want to go back, but I don't think that everyone needs to be culturally white or European in America to be a citizen. I think the problems that we have are with people not being patriotic or full citizens, like psychologically. It's different from reading traditional Western literature.
So do you disagree with the prompt? I feel like you're kind of just down with it, like you agree.
If you still support Trump, you're a bigot. I mean, I don't think it's bigotry to want to have a cohesive national identity and strong borders, basically. And like there was a lot of abuse with our borders when Biden was in office.
I think a cohesive say that again, a cohesive what?
I mean, I'm just saying, like, America needs to reform a national identity and like a national people again, and we
Yeah,
need
and
to.
that identity you wanted was like frontierism, right? That's what you said. So
Yeah.
you want to go back to a time when the country's only the only people in this country that had rights were white people.
No, frontierism was limited only to white people in the past, but it doesn't have to be in the future or right now.
Okay, so when Kamala Harris had a proposal that would have incentivized starting small businesses in this country by providing a $50,000 tax credit, wouldn't you call that modern frontierism? And um, it wouldn't have been race based.
Yeah, I heard a little bit about that. That's actually that's a good policy. The problems with Kamala are different. Kamala.
What are the problems with Kamala?
She just doesn't really seem, like I don't know if we can trust her to be president.
And why is that?
Oh God, it's like she doesn't really like when you hear her talk, like she's not like there's something being held back, like with these career politicians, like they're never like fully honest about their psychology with us, and so it's hard to tell, like she doesn't seem like to love America or love geopolitics, like you never hear her talk about any topics passionately, like in the same way that Trump does. I've never seen or heard Kamala like have a positive relationship with a foreign dignitary, for example.
Okay, there's a lot of stuff wrong with what you just said. So first of all, you said you feel like she's holding back the truth. But you preferred somebody that just in his first term lied to you 31,000 times.
I don't know if I don't know if those were lies. You can just tell, like, when Trump is talking, he's a genuine person, right? Like he's not super clinical when he talks. He's like,
Wait. In Trump has contradicted his own statements within like 1 minute of each other. Those are examples of lies. You know that, right?
Not necessarily. You can contradict yourself for other reasons than lying.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. If how many documented lies of Donald Trump would I have to show you before you say, you know what, you're right, Kamala would have been more truthful? Is there a number?
It would be something like he would have to, like, I don't know, do something that was obviously like anti-American or anti-America first.
Oh, okay. So what about when he pressured his vice president to elect fake electors at the certification process so that he would remain in power after losing the election. Goes against Mike Pence's duty in the Constitution. Wouldn't you say that's anti-American?
Not necessarily, because he did that trying to save America. So it's like sometimes. So for example, like if there just as a thought experiment, if there was like a law that was like it was anti-American, it's not necessarily like doing stuff in favor of the American spirit and then following the rules of the republic don't always align.
How old are you?
22.
Okay. So you're saying that he was trying to save America, and so that means him trying to break the Constitution and remain in power after losing an election is not anti-American.
Yeah, because the republic is pretty much already dead. Like, we need to, I mean, we're in trouble. Like, just because like our government is having problems functioning right now, that doesn't mean that America should end.
What was he saving us from?
Like the dissolution of the borders, like fragmentation of identity, breakaway states.
Wait. The dissolution of the borders. How would he have known that was going to happen?
I mean, it was kind of looking like Biden and the Democrats were just going to let in an infinite number.
Based on what? I need based on what?
I mean, the 13 million undocumented immigrants, right? That's pretty clear.
We are talking about January 6th of 2021, which was before Joseph Biden was president, correct? Yeah. That's when Donald Trump pressured his vice president, Mike Pence, to break his duty to the Constitution. Okay? That's what we're talking about. So now, you justified that, right? And you said, well, he's not doing anything anti-American because he's saving the country. And I said, what is he saving it from? And you said, from the dissolution of the border. And as an example of that, you gave me something in the future. At the time, Donald Trump was saving the country from what?
From the possibility of a Joe Biden presidency.
And what would be so wrong about a Joe Biden presidency that it required destroying the constitutional values that we've had for 250 years?
Because Joe Biden's presidency is like a return to like Obamaism, like institutionalism. Can
you define Obamaism?
Obamaism is basically like doing things that like look good on paper, not really getting stuff done. It's like doing Obamacare. Obamaism is basically when you take government as like a literal job. Like, when you're at a job and then you're like, I returned a 5X on this KPI that I helped lead. That's like Obamaism.
Okay, so Barack Obama passed a piece of legislation that led to tens of millions of more Americans having health care. And that's something that you didn't want to go back to. You didn't want to go back to a president that got something massive like that done. You'd rather go back to a president whose only piece of legislation that he passed was tax cuts.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's the only thing that Trump has done, though. But.
Give me one other thing he did in his first term that one other piece of major legislation that he passed.
I mean, it's kind of hard to point to something directly because, like, it's basically been like a sort of cold civil war, like since he got into office, because we've just been.
The problem here is that you just made an extraordinary claim. You made an extraordinary claim, which is that Donald Trump was not doing anything anti-American by trying to overthrow the government on January 6th because he was saving the country from Joe Biden. And so when I ask you, what about Joe Biden is so bad? You said, well, it's a return to Obamaism. And when I ask you, what is Obamaism? You said, well, passing things like Obamacare. And I said, okay, well, isn't passing Obamacare better than what Trump did, which is only passing one piece of legislation, which is tax cuts? And you said, well, there's probably other stuff. And when I asked you for an example, you said you don't have one. So clearly you don't have a good reason here, right? For Donald Trump to attempt a coup. You don't. You can just admit it with your chest. You do not have a good reason. He was not trying to save this country. He was trying to save himself. He was trying to keep himself out of prison. He was trying to keep himself in the White House. That's why he tried to overthrow the government. Right?
Those were just like risks that he was taking when he was trying to save America. Those aren't the exact.
But you haven't given anything he was saving us from. So what? Wait. So based on your definition, anyone can do this because anything can be saving America, right? If the next Democratic president decides to end voting forever, and well, I wanted to save America, and you ask them why, it's like, well, the Republicans, I don't want to go back to Bushism. You'd be okay with that?
No. I mean, it depends on the reason why you're doing something.
Yeah, and Trump's reason, like you explained, was
resetting American culture back to frontierism.
How is that saving America? And actually, you can't even go back to that because I gave you an example of a Kamala policy that would be pro your ideology. We went full circle. We went full circle. You said we want to go back to frontierism, but not race-based, right? I'm not talking about frontierism because it was all white. I'm just mean, American exceptionalism. And I said, okay, well, Kamala was incentivizing the starting of small businesses in America, very pro-America, by offering $50,000 tax credits for people starting small businesses. But you said you didn't trust Kamala because this is the circle. Watch this. You said you didn't trust Kamala because it felt like your feelings. It felt like she was lying. And then when I was like, okay, well, Donald Trump lied 30,500 documented times in his first term, just in his first term, you said, well, those might not be lies. And I asked you, well, okay, so how many of these can I show you, like demonstrable lies before you say, okay, maybe I was wrong about this. And then we got onto January 6th because you said the lie doesn't matter if it's not anti-American. And I said, well, isn't it anti-American to try to overthrow the government? And you said no because he's saving the country. And then when I asked you what is he saving the country from, you said from Joe Biden. And first you tried to sneak in future stuff, and I asked you, no. You have to go to 2021 and before. And so you said, well, it saved Joe Biden, saved the country from going back to Obamaism. And I asked you to define Obamaism. And you said it was doing your job and passing Obamacare. And I asked you, isn't that better than passing tax cuts for the rich? And you said, well, there's probably other stuff. And when I asked you what other stuff, you couldn't name them. And I said, okay, so it's clear that Donald Trump was not saving the country. He was just trying to remain in office. And you said, no, he was trying to save the country by bringing us back to frontierism. So we went full circle, right?
Right.
Okay. So do you recognize that maybe Donald Trump wasn't trying to save the country and actually was just trying to stay president?
No. I mean, I don't really agree with how you connected those things.
What did I miss?
I don't know. It's not really a circle. Like these things don't. It's more like there are two streams. Like you have Obamaism, you have establishment, democracy. The post-World War II order, that's oppressing Americans. And then you have Trump, which is a break from that. And it's working off what Reagan did to revitalize the American spirit and American business.
Wait.
It's more like there are
oppressing America. Wait, can you in what way was what you described oppressing Americans? Oppressing Americans.
Basically, the culture with the whole all those DEI writers Ibram X. Kendi and those the BLM philosophers from 2020 it's oppressing Americans with sort of white guilt and nice Wojak, but yeah, it's basically oppressing Americans with white guilt and by extension oppressing all strong men.
Okay, so you are upset that some people made you feel bad for being white, and that's why you voted for Donald Trump. Thank you for finally admitting it. The slur was next. Yeah, it was coming. Dan, this hurts. It's not even 9 yet, Dan. It's so over, bro. I wonder if the Germans ever feel bad for being German. Yo, I remember when I asked him to define Obamaism and he said it's like doing your job. He said, I started to pick up the dog whistles and I said, are you a Nick Fuentes supporter? And he said, or a Nick Fuentes fan? And he said, well, I've watched him for years, but I don't like that he's so pro Christianity. If you're here for the first time, thank you so much for joining. We're live Thursdays to Sundays, 8 p.m. Eastern, doing live political debates, political discussions, and fact checks. We also try to be live for all major political events. So if you like this content, drop a follow, tap the screen. For anybody that is gifted or subbed so far, I really appreciate it. But as y'all know, nobody has to gift or sub. All I'm asking is you just make sure you're following. Next to my name, there should be an orange heart or a gray heart. If you see a red oval that says follow, you got to hit that. Also, you know what? I am going to do a little bit of a grift because I am at a 1, which is if you have 1 penny, okay? The daily heart me's, you're only allowed to send 1 a day, are really good for the live. So if you see these things popping over my head, it should appear right next to my name. And if it's grayed out, that means you haven't sent one in a few days. So obviously nobody has to, but I appreciate it. We're going to go to the next guest. The grift poll. Oh my god. I don't think I'm ever going to do a grift poll. That shit is crazy. Wish I could afford a sub, hopefully next month. Bren, you have a sub. Actually, I don't know if that's an old one, but you're subbed right now. Dan begging for pennies again. Obama. Thank you, Coffee, for the hand heart. All right, we're gonna. Oh, you know what? Okay, we're gonna bring up. We're gonna hear from the birthday boy himself.
Wow, this is tremendous. I just got the Disney Fast Pass. Okay, I have to be quick because I have to do something that is huge. Okay. There's been a big issue. Okay, I have to be frank with you. There's a big issue right now in our country. Something bad has happened. Okay, George Soros has just DDoSed my piss bag. Okay, and I'm no longer able to piss right now. I am no longer able to pee. This is something that is terrible, frankly. It's really bad, okay? The people are coming in and they're trying to take my pee away. What am I supposed to do, huh? What am I supposed to do? We take a look at the people in the crowd, and sometimes we get news. It's not so good, right? It's not so good.
The country is being destroyed by stupid people.
That's true. Whoever that guy was, that's true. That's true. Look, I have to be quick.
Come on, man.
Excuse me, Obama. Excuse me. I have to go back to doing so many things. But thank you so much, everybody. I love Tesla.
Oh god. All right. We're going to go.
Hello.
Hey.
How are you today?
Genuinely, no.
No, that's right.
Yeah. Thank you, Megan, for the confetti.
Oh,
Go ahead.
I just say, oh gosh, what a day. What a day. Okay. I come here to grift for you.
the grift by extension. The proxy grift.
I am working on being a grifter, so please allow me to practice. All right, but you got to mute your microphone because the echo is killing me.
I got you.
Okay, all right, guys, it's 470 of us in here. We're only at 131,000 likes. I know we can get Dan up to 200,000, so let's tap that screen. All right, continue to share the live. Why is Dan only at 47 shares? He should be at least at 200 shares, guys. So everyone in here, all right, give him at least 1 share. All right, get this on the FYP and keep him there. Also, Dan, I want you to reset your gift goal because your labor isn't free, Dan. I know you're enjoying doing this, but your labor isn't free. So show Dan all the love. Send him all the cute little gifts that you think are adorable and that he deserves because he deserves it all. So keep doing all of the good things, guys. All right. And if you voted for Donald Trump and you want to talk about why you're a bigot, by all means, request up and let's have a conversation. All right. Guys, thank you so much for being here. You guys are awesome. I fucking love you, Danimals. All right. I'm going to drop and thank you for allowing me to practice my grifting.
Thank you so much, Eric. I really appreciate that.
Bye.
All right, y'all. We're gonna go to the next guest. Nemo, I saw you requesting before. I was gonna bring you up right after Erica. I'm not sure if you just want to hang out or if you had something to say. But feel free to request again. Okay, here we go. Erica is the MVP. She really is.
Yo, what's going on, Dan?
Hi, how you doing?
Yeah, man, I voted for Trump, but I kind of regret it.
Okay. All right. First of all, how old are you?
I'm well older than 18 years old.
Okay. I was just curious. And you did how many times did you vote for Trump?
Well, I voted for him in 2016. I didn't vote for him in 2020, and then I voted for him again in his last election.
Okay. And so tell me why you voted for him and tell me why you regret it.
Well, first I just want to say free Palestine, but everything. I mostly didn't really vote for Trump himself as like, yeah, I'm really in the MAGA train, whatever. I voted him because I didn't like the other candidates. But this has got out of hand. I mean, all these.
You still there?
PAC first, pro-Israel first, and all of his policies has been completely detrimental so far to the United States in terms of sovereignty, making it safer. He's not pro-business. I mean, go down the list.
So why didn't you vote for Kamala then?
I mean, 100%. The Democrat Party didn't even vote for Kamala. I mean, the lady was a drug addict.
What?
Yeah, she's a long abuser of marijuana. And Joe Biden wasn't even running his own executive branch.
Okay, I don't know. I don't know where you're getting this drug addict thing. Do you have any like proof of that, or it's just vibes?
God, even her own staff members used to say that she was a known pothead. And I'm from eastern part of Pennsylvania. I know a long history of the Bidens and his whole family, enough why no one really wanted him around.
Are you a fan of Judge Joe Brown by chance?
Judge Joe Brown? No, that guy. I don't get my information from e-celebrities. Influence e-celebrities. Nah, dude. I don't. I actually read the newspaper. I'm not one of
So
these.
the newspaper told you that Kamala Harris was a drug addict?
No, this is come from one of the staffers, but yeah, to get back to Trump, yeah, this has been a total disaster.
Well, no. I don't think we could do that because I appreciate your stance on Palestine and your newfound regret for voting for Trump. It kind of sounds like you voted against Kamala, right?
Yeah, I didn't vote. Yeah, I didn't vote. I wasn't for her at all. And
so, like, you're saying you regret your vote for Trump. If you could do it again, would you vote for Kamala?
Tell you the truth, I want to vote for Kamala. I think they should have. Well, The Democrat Party should have did a better job at better for more candidates.
That's great and all, and we could talk about why that process went that way. But I'm saying, if you could do it again, you would vote for Kamala.
No, because I think we've probably been in the same situation right now.
Really, you think we'd been in the same situation? Donald
Yeah, I
Trump,
mean,
Donald Trump, who said, you said your big thing was that we're doing everything pro-Israel and not pro-America. Donald Trump, who said, I want to give Netanyahu everything he needs. Donald Trump, who said we should be funding Israel more. Donald Trump, who said that he wants Netanyahu to finish the job in Palestine. You opened with Free Palestine, by the way. That person would be in the same situation.
Wait. Also, you left out his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, Kushner's father, who's now the ambassador to France, who's a convicted felon. You also figure about his relationship with Steve Werkoff.
Wait a second.
His operation.
I'm picking something up. Okay, just let me see if I was right with the Nick Fuentes guy. Picking something up. Is the reason you said Free Palestine because you are not a fan of the type of people that live in Israel?
No.
No.
What I mean by that, no.
What do you think about George Soros?
George Soros is a finance guy. He's just some bogeyman that these conservatives don't know who to talk to. The guy's just some old guy. He's a really successful finance guy.
Okay, just checking. All right, because there's a bit of horseshoe theory with Israel, where it's like people on the far left want to free Palestine because of human rights and being anti-genocide, whereas people on the far right want to free Palestine because they hate the Jews. So I was just checking.
The debunk that George Soros thing. I don't know who invented it, but he was a completely media invention. I mean, his own son is just a trust fund guy who lives in the Hamptons.
Okay. So anyway, back to the point at hand. So you still wouldn't vote for Kamala, and the reason you're saying is that you think things would be the same, despite the fact that they're probably two of the most different candidates that have ever run against each other.
I don't know. Well, I don't know what her policy was. I mean, the lady herself couldn't even sell herself.
Yeah,
and that's not even coming from me. That's even coming from internal Democrat poll, and she was even unliked even amongst her own party.
I don't know why you keep bringing up how Democrats voted or how Democrats felt, because I'm talking to you, right? And you're saying that she couldn't sell herself, and she didn't. You didn't know what her policies were. So number one, I don't know if you watched the debate between her and Donald Trump. There was only one because Donald Trump was a baby back bitch and refused to do a second one. I don't know if you watched that debate, but she talked about pretty much all her major policies. She couldn't talk about everything because her policy proposal was 82 pages of and that's just for economic and tax policy. And then all of her other policies were much more articulate than Donald Trump's. But all of her major policy points she talked about, whereas Donald Trump, I don't know if you watched that debate, answered 0 questions in the entire debate. Donald Trump said, this should have sent you to the hills. Donald Trump said, I have concepts of a plan when asked about his healthcare plan that he's been promising for 9 years. And somehow Kamala couldn't sell herself?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not to go back 4 years, but yeah, that's all in the past. Yeah, I mean,
that was 1 year ago.
Really?
That debate was 1 year ago.
Yeah, that time really flies. But yeah, I don't think. I mean, the whole Biden administration, he didn't run his own cabinet. Yeah, but that's in the past. That's in the past now.
No, okay. So do you agree with the prompt then? Because it sounds like you agree with the prompt. You didn't.
Yeah, if you're not, I mean, I'll add some even more thing to it. If you vote, if you're still a Trump supporter now, not only you're racist, but you're basically, I mean, you're low IQ, you don't read. I mean, you're really subset of a society that you just don't know what's going on in the world.
Didn't you vote for him 7 months ago?
Well,
how much has changed in that 7 months?
Well, we'll get back to where he was his first term. I never was really for him. I was anti opposition. Now it's like totally joke. Now it's like I don't even like where things are going now.
Okay. You have any final thoughts?
I'm going to be very interested to see who's they're going to field. The Democrat Party is going to field for the. If they try to topple J.D. Vance when he wants to run for president, if he does. I think my governor Shapiro is going to be a front runner, but that's everything's in a state of flux. I don't think that Newsom guy, he ain't gonna last.
I have a question from chat. How do you feel about the LGBTQ community?
Those people have their lives. They're protected under our Supreme Court for civil rights. I don't have nothing problem with people who live alternative lifestyles. You know, I'm not someone in that community, but it doesn't mean I'm against them.
Okay. Oh. Hope you have a day.
Yeah, same way.
Oh, that sigh was wild. Also, it's pretty clear. It's pretty clear to me that he didn't vote for Kamala for not good reasons. Like the idea that she didn't articulate her positions, I think, is rooted in misogyny. Whenever people say that like Trump was a better speaker or anything like that, it's like you guys are watching wrong thing. And the she was addicted to drugs thing, I'm not 100%, but I'm pretty sure that's a microaggression. Because like there's no evidence of that at all. So okay. Are these people real? What are these guests tonight? Also, there was manipulated video circulating. That's true. They did have videos that they slowed down to make her sound like she was slurring her words. They did that with AOC as well. When I say they, I mean the right-wing propaganda machine. I like how I said he doesn't like celebrity judges, but voted for a reality star. Yeah, literally. Who's this Joseph guy? Bro, can y'all get on your main accounts already? What is this? What is this? Okay. What was I gonna talk about? All right, go to the next guest.
Hello.
Hi, welcome up.
I just wanted to give you a break from all the crazy people up here. It's my first time up, but I saw you start streaming like right before the debates. And I just really appreciate what you've been doing. Sorry about the echo. Shit.
No, you know what? It's probably my mic.
Okay, well, I really appreciate what you've been doing. I wish I had the courage to do that. Just like telling it for what it is, the fact checking. I loved that. I'm 19. I voted for Kamala. But it's embarrassing to see all the people on here that request up that are older than me that have no clue what they're talking about. I remember 2016. I couldn't vote, obviously. I was in middle school, but I watched politics. I watched the news every single night. I'm a political science major now that I'm in college. But even back then, I knew a lot more than all the people requesting up now. And it's just, I feel so ashamed to be a human almost with how ignorant our society is right now. And especially with AI and all the people in control of it, it's just breeding more ignorance. I just appreciate what you're doing because it cuts through that a little bit, and we need more of that.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And
Yeah, that's all I wanted to say. But thank you a lot.
And hope you have a great day.
Even with
thank you.
Patience wearing thin.
Harbin's missing poster. Thank you for the hand heart. Dan, please ask the guest to say Burger King foot lettuce. Oh my god, that's a deep cut. Okay. Somebody said there's no kings in the United States. Get an education. Okay, well, I'm not using my words. I'm using Donald Trump's words. This is a direct quote from Donald Trump, retweeted by the White House, the official White House. Congestion pricing is dead. Manhattan and all of New York is saved. Long live the king. This was tweeted by the White House, our White House, the United States White House that our taxpayer dollars fund. Thank you for the rainbow mini star. I feel like whoever's Carbon's missing poster. Do we know who this? I'm definitely not Annie. Oh, it's Annie. HR1 would take the judicial branch check. He wants to be king. Can we? Why do they keep HR1 keeps changing with every Congress, right? I kind of wish it didn't. Because HR1 used to be like a really based bill. Is based dead? Should I stop saying based? Is that too Zoomer? Should I stop saying Zoomer? Okay, we're going to the next guest.
How you
Hi,
doing?
welcome up.
Thank you for having me up.
Okay. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay,
do you care to talk about last night in Minnesota?
Oh, we could talk about that. Yeah, I was planning on doing it after the debates, but
I just have a question. Who do you think that benefits more politically, like optics wise?
I have no idea. I also haven't even like fully looked into it. I found it out like on live while I was at a protest. So, but is your question?
Do you know anything about the incident?
So, from what I heard, it was a politically motivated assassination of two lawmakers and their spouses.
And currently, there's only been one fatality, and that fatality
There's been
two fatalities.
Two fatalities, one
Yeah,
of which
right.
was a lawmaker and their spouse.
And that lawmaker was the one that voted in alignment with Republicans.
Are you trying to imply that it was a left winger?
I think that the case could be made. It benefits the Democrats far more.
Is there any chance that it might be worth it to just wait and learn more about the situation?
Let's break down what's known. Would it benefit the Republicans to have somebody dressed as a cop?
It would benefit. Okay, just so we're clear, if the person's intent was to murder somebody,
Genuinely, no.
Thank you, Ashlyn. Then dressing up as a cop was their way in. It wasn't about optics, because murdering people is bad optics, right?
Okay, but speaking optically, who does that benefit more, the Democrats or the Republicans?
Your question is, the assassination attempt and successful assassination on two lawmakers that are both Democrats, does that optically look better for one side or the other?
We're
Is that your
talking about
question?
the disguise used.
Oh, and them being dressed as a cop?
We're going to break this down and isolate known facts and see how those facts benefit either the Republicans or the Democrats.
Okay,
Are you
I'm gonna
following?
ask you one question. Is there any chance that the person that did the murders wasn't thinking about optics?
Then it's not politically charged.
What?
Are you going to allow for the case to be made for optics or not?
You just said that a political assassination cannot be politically charged if the murderer had didn't care about optics.
If optics don't matter, yeah, it's not politically charged.
Okay. Well, you're out of your mind. I have nothing to say to you. That's like you came up and said the sky's green, and I'm like, it's not. And so we just disagree. Like I don't know how to say that.
I haven't said anything that's not a fact.
No, what you just said was not a fact. If somebody murdered somebody because of their political views, but didn't care about what the optics would look like, it's still a political assassination.
Is that disguise the only way that you could gain access?
How old are you?
Yes or no? I'll answer your question after you answer mine.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So chat, something that I do a lot, and I don't know if I should. Okay, this is just how I do things. Is I don't even go to, because a lot of people in chat were saying person's already been identified. It was a Republican. They're pro-life, major Trump guy, right? That's all fine, right? I don't want to go to there yet because the base argument is already trash. You know what I mean? Like we can go down the rabbit hole and look at all of the evidence because I think I like I said, I haven't looked into things thoroughly yet because I found this out at the protest. But like if we go through all the facts, that doesn't disprove his original argument. It could just mean like, okay, well, I guess maybe it was a Republican, right? I don't want him to be able to weasel out on the facts. I wanted to break him down on his logic because his logic was flawed. And we found that. Dan, your mic is too loud? Sorry. Now we can look at Slowy, was that the person's name? We can look at the facts. In fact, I was planning on it after the debates. I said I was gonna we were gonna talk about the assassinations. We can look at the facts. How can you say my logic is flawed? Because you said something that is incoherent. You said that if somebody murdered somebody else due to their political affiliation, but that person didn't care about optics, then it cannot be a political assassination. That statement is incoherent. I don't know how else to explain that to you. He had a hit list of abortion providers. See, that's the thing. I mean, I'd love to just debunk the fake news, and you know what? Maybe we should do that right now rather than later. But I just need to. I'd rather debunk the person's logic first, like the argument from the start, even if everything he said was true, right? Even if somehow it is optically better for Democrats. How did that change anything? Okay. Let's take a look here. The suspect is a Democrat and doesn't fit Dan's narrative. All right, Jeannie, I'm going to bring you up so that you can look. We'll look at it together. Oh, wait, 0 followers, 0 following. No. Go get on your main account. Get on your main account, and we're going to look at the evidence together. Okay. Chat, we're going to do a few more debates, but now we got to debunk. Okay. Y'all do not want to know how I just spelled Minnesota. Okay. Minnesota assassination suspect Vance Boltner on the run. Authorities identified 57-year-old Vance Luther Boltner as the suspected gunman wanted for allegedly shooting and killing state representative and shooting and wounding a state senator in targeted act of violence. Authorities said they're still investigating if Boltner knew the victims in Saturday's shooting, but Boltner did serve on state board alongside Hoffman. It is believed that the third photo in this wanted poster shows the suspect at one of the lawmakers' homes. Police believe that when the shooter opened fire, he was wearing a latex mask and it looked realistic, sources say. Boltner, a husband and father, according to an online biography, has touted an extensive background in security and military training, according to an ABC News review of his online presence. Boltner helped lead the private security firm Praetorian Guard Security Services, which is based in the Twin Cities area, according to the company website. Boltner's biography on that site said he's been involved in security situations in Eastern Europe, Africa, North America, the Middle East, including the West Bank, Southern Lebanon, and Gaza Strip. He brings great security, blah, blah, blah. Security firm site says only armed security, blah, blah, blah. In 2016, Boltner was appointed to the Minnesota Governor's Workforce Development Board, which is tasked with analyzing and recommending policy to the governor and legislation on workforce and resources. Boltner's appointment as a private sector representative from then Governor Mark Dayton. Okay, so right now we already debunked. Somebody in chat said that Tim Walz appointed him. Already debunked that. We're going to keep going. Appointed by Tim Walz. Gee, wait. I'm pinning you. How do you get this wrong after it gets debunked? Like, how do you get this wrong after it gets debunked? Get a grip. Finish reading. Boltner was reappointed in 2019 by Walz. So he was kept on, just like James Comey. Wait, I have a question for the people that are saying that this is relevant, that he was kept on. Does that mean that you agree with all the people that Trump kept on and then fired? I'm lost here. Anyway, Boltner appeared to have an interest in electoral outcomes, posting on LinkedIn 6 years ago, urging everyone to vote in an election on Tuesday. Police released this photo of Boltner taken on Saturday. Dozens of Minnesota Democrats were on a target list written by the gunman, according to law enforcement sources. Okay, so can we talk about that part? You guys were saying that this person was a Democrat. Right? That's what you were saying. Minnesota House Chamber was 67-67 split on party lines. Republicans now have a majority control. Wow. Walz and the Walz family were on it. And accept when you're wrong. Okay, so first of all, that's the wrong spelling of accept. You mean to say ACCEPT. That's number one. Number two, Democrats discovering that you can be more left than liberal. Oh, okay. All right. So is the claim now that this is a far leftist? I guess we can continue. Let's keep reading. Those on the list included Governor Tim Walz, U.S. Rep. Ilhan Omar, U.S. Senator Tina Smith, and State Attorney General Keith Ellison, according to law enforcement sources familiar with the matter. All right. So just so we're clear, the people that were saying that those that were assassinated voted for Republican policies, these are two pretty far left individuals in regards to American politics, not in regards to the world, of course. So I don't know why. That's interesting that you would say that. Why would the hit list include other people further to the left? This shit happens after every assassination. Did you guys notice this when they were trying to say that Thomas Crooks was a Democrat when he was a registered Republican and had like an NRA membership? Y'all remember this? He was, yeah. I know you think that, Joseph, because you guys can't handle the truth. Sometimes the truth, I know it hurts, but sometimes the truth doesn't align with your narrative. You're pivoting. What am I pivoting from? Wait, there's so many of them crashing out. Hold on. Can I bring one up? Wait, I need to bring one of these crash outs. Genie, come up on your main. You have 0 followers, 0 following. Soul, come up. Soul, come up. You guys are in your feelings. Let's talk about facts. Yeah, Ange, send them invites. Send them all invites. Why aren't you guys willing to speak to me? Oh, this guy too. Legend. Oh, such a legend. Turned his invites off.
Turn like a pretzel.
Thank you, Linda. They just want to yap and spread disinformation. Bots. Okay, so I'm not going to say do this every time, mods, but right now, anyone that wants to spread the conspiracy theory, they can request up or they get muted, right? Just request up. I'll talk to any one of you. You were already up here.
I'm not trying to spread a conspiracy. I want to walk through these facts of the case.
Okay.
With you and get your opinion on them.
Okay. So far, this is what we've gone over. Okay. So far, we've seen that this person was appointed by not Tim Walz, but then reappointed by Tim Walz. This person had a hit list of Minnesota Democrats to kill. Right? Do we agree on these facts so far?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Can I introduce something or a line of thinking as far as the hit list goes?
Let's finish going through the facts, and then we could talk about your line of thinking.
Well, no. What stopped the hit list from having more victims?
Well, where did they get the hit list?
Well, no. How did the cops show up at the second location? What sparked
that? Let's keep reading the article. Maybe it's in there. So, police said the list, which was retrieved from the suspect's vehicle, also named Hortman and Hoffman. Both victims are Democrats, and Hortman was formerly the Speaker of the Minnesota House of Representatives. The shooter's list of potential targets also included the names of abortion providers and pro-choice activists. Okay, so go ahead. You're saying, how did they find his car?
How did they pull up on him? Because there was an exchange of pew between him and the officers when they pulled up to the second location. So that means they caught him in the act.
Well, I guess let's keep reading to see because we haven't gotten to that part yet. So.
Well, I'm just saying that there's like a level of premeditation here, but it's poor planning if you get caught at the second location. So the list could just be for optics.
Okay. So your theory, your acting theory, is that this person specifically wanted to murder these two people, but then made a list to make it bad optics for Republicans.
Actually, my claim is that only they intended to take the life of one individual, and that's the one that crossed the aisle.
Thank you, Ashlyn. So wait, why is the other person in critical condition?
If you have military training, don't you think it'd be easy to make three shots lethal?
Oh, hold on. Okay, so you just said that because that person is in the military and because one of the victims didn't die, that means that what exactly?
Don't you think people in the military know where to aim to make
What does
shots
this mean?
lethal?
Tell me what you're trying to say. Why is
They
that person in critical
intentionally
condition was
made
my
the shots
question.
not lethal.
Why is that person in critical condition?
Are they in critical condition?
Yes.
Are they going to survive?
Maybe. They are currently alive. The fact that you didn't know that is really disturbing. It's one of the earliest facts we found out.
But it wasn't reported to be fatal. Right? So was he military trained or not? Seemed to be a key aspect of the argument earlier.
Is your argument that because this person was in the military, anyone they target for assassination has to be dead, and otherwise it's a conspiracy? Is that your argument?
My argument is that somebody who is highly trained in lethal force would know how to optimize their 3 shots.
Okay, let's walk down this argument. I'm going to walk with you. Okay. So that's the case. Then why is there a victim, a lawmaker from Minnesota, that is in critical condition but not dead?
What do you mean? Because the 3 shots weren't fatal.
Okay, so you're saying that, and because of that, you're implying that the guy wasn't in the military?
Or he wasn't firing to unalive intentionally.
Okay, so you're saying either one of two things. He's either not in the military, because everyone in the military is John Wick, or he's either not in the military, or he was specifically firing to not kill.
Yes.
Why would he do that?
For optics, to throw off the trail, because the one victim was the only main target.
So to throw off the trail of him being a murderer, he attempted to murder other people. That was his alibi. I couldn't be the murderer because I only attempted to murder the second victim.
No, he's not going to get away with it. There's no chance of that. But if you only off the politician that crossed the aisle, that doesn't look good for Democrats.
Dan, he's a Trumper.
Genuinely?
I sent you the video.
No.
Oh, bro, I know. It's like we're gonna keep reading the article. But we just saw it. Hold on. We just saw the hit list. This guy's. I'm gonna walk you through what this guy thinks. Okay, this guy thinks that this person is a liberal or a leftist, right? This person is a liberal or leftist, and this person specifically wanted to target the Democratic lawmaker that voted across the aisle, and also specifically wanted to get caught so that it would be bad optics for Republicans. And so what they did was they wrote up a hit list of of Minnesota Democrats and other pro-abortion providers and pro-abortion activists, or pro-choice activists, excuse me. And they left that in their car, and then so that they get caught, they go and attempt another murder, but make sure, because they have military training, which means they're John Wick, make sure to not hit any of the vitals. And now this is going to be a bad look for Republicans, but that's okay with them going to jail for going to prison for life. That's your argument.
Huh? My argument is that he's John Wick, so he's able to miss vital spots because he's military trained. And
I'm gonna speed run it
what was
really
the
quick.
part
I'm gonna
about the
speed run it really
Republicans
quick.
again?
I'm gonna speed run it really quick. Your argument is just give me confirmations as we go. Your argument is first, this person is a leftist, right? Can you get a
No,
confirmation that you understand the words that are coming
acting
out?
on No, I've never claimed that he is a leftist. He's acting on behalf of leftists.
Okay. All right. So your first claim is that this person is acting on behalf of leftists. Okay. Second claim is that this person specifically wanted to target the Democratic lawmaker that voted across the aisle.
Yes.
Yes.
Due to the fatal shots, the fatality.
Yes, and the third
is
claim
the only
is that
fatality currently.
Wait, so if that's the case, then why did they take out the spouse of the Democratic lawmaker? There's two fatalities.
I'm only speaking politically.
Uh-huh.
Right. Right. So that's like, as in political optics, you can take out the spouse. That's not going to have an impact on optics.
Wait, it does though, because
the next couple, if they both survive,
let me ask you a question.
That would mean that the first couple was targeted with lethal force.
Hold on, I think I can find us here. Okay, do you know how like different people eat Oreos different ways? Like some people just take a bite, some people twist it and lick, right? Some people dunk in milk. You know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
So when you eat the Tide Pod, do you eat it all in one bite? Do you suck out the juice on the inside? Like how did we get here?
Huh? I don't eat Tide Pods.
Okay.
So
this is your raw opinion as a functioning member of society. This is what you think. You think that somebody working on behalf of leftists specifically targeted a Democratic lawmaker that voted across the aisle, and to ward people off the trail, even though they knew they were going to get caught, they put a list of pro-choice activists and abortion clinics and a hit list of Democratic lawmakers in their car, then went and attempted to murder a different Democratic lawmaker, but made sure not to hit any vital organs because they're in the military and they're John Wick and they know how to do that. And they did that because they didn't want to kill that person, but they wanted people to think they wanted to kill that person. And now it's a bad look for Republicans. And that's your opinion without any performance enhancing Tide Pods.
It's a bad look for Republicans. I don't think that this is a bad look for Republicans really at all.
You were the one that made the claim.
No, I think that this is bad. It's optically worse for Democrats.
I think we have to bring back the Dino chat. I don't know if I don't know if I can do it.
That was my original argument. If you go point for point down the list, this looks worse for Democrats.
My argument was that optics don't even matter. You were the one that brought up optics in the first place.
Actually, hold on. Instead of, maybe I'm wording this wrong. This benefits the Democrats more, point for point. And if you use benefit as a way to establish motive,
I just invited you to turn your camera on. Come on. What's wrong?
What do you mean?
Turn your camera on.
I turned it on. My phone's laying down.
Okay. That guy's vote counts the same as yours. And actually, if he's in a small state, his vote counts more than yours. Hey.
And sorry, I was getting frustrated. So the vote that he's talking about, the Republicans in the Minnesota House were holding up the budget bill, and a bunch of programs are about to lose funding. So she negotiated with them to get the bill passed, and that's what they're talking about. She voted across party lines. Um, that she's the Speaker of the House. She did her job. This is also not the first time that it's a 67-67 split. She's the Speaker of the House. She breaks ties all the time. It's not abnormal for Minnesota representatives to vote across the aisle. That's called politics. That's how politics used to be before MAGA existed. For all of you that don't remember that, that's how this works. My God.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that, Ange, for clearing up one of the 25 inconsistencies in his logic there. But thank you.
Yeah, yeah. My brain hurts.
That was wild.
Yeah.
Like,
do you want to go over this? You want to hold it till later?
Oh, I mean, we can keep reading the article. Honestly, we didn't finish here. We can speed run the article real quick, and then I have some thoughts about this. This news really fucking hit me today. I don't know who was in my live at the start of the day.
No, get those lights off. Off.
Thank you, Ren. After I finished handing out bottles of water at the first protest, I went live for like 10 minutes. And I was tired, but I was in like a really good mood because I felt like content creators only drop opposition they can't keep up with. Slowy, bro.
Oh my God.
You really put the slow in Slowy. I'll put it that way. Okay. So I was in a really good mood because I did not expect that many people. This was my plan for the day. My plan for the day was I was gonna go to the protest and see how many people there were, hand out the bottles of water that I had with me. Then I was gonna go shopping and then maybe come back if there's more people. I had no idea that it was gonna be that many people. I really couldn't fathom it. So I was like pleasantly surprised by the turnout and by the energy there. I wasn't the only person handing out bottles of water. There were other people handing out bottles of water. There were a bunch of veterans, a bunch of retirees, which, I mean, frankly, it's Florida, but that makes sense. But like usually you expect old people to, support Donald Trump. So like it was really cool. I think it was at around 11:45 to 12-ish, and the protest was scheduled for 10 a.m. to noon. And then there was going to be another there was a bunch of protests all over Tampa Bay. So that protest was scheduled for 10 a.m. to noon, and I finished counting at like 11:45. I stopped. I just couldn't do it anymore. I was exhausted. But I got 2.5 of the 4 corners of the intersection, and I got to 550. So I was estimating about 900 based on that. I spoke to somebody from the county that said people have actually petered out from before, and it was more before. And I think the highest estimate I saw was 1,300. This was my county is a like Trump plus 25 county. So I was feeling hopeful about what I saw. There was only 3 Trump supporters that I saw, and like I said, over 500 democracy supporters and pro-America protesters. And so, and this isn't Tampa. This is a suburb of Tampa. This is not a place I even thought there was going to be a protest. So I get on live and I'm like, I'm hopeful, and then that's when the news breaks to me that Democratic lawmakers were assassinated on this day specifically. And
it felt very Gabby Gifford again.
It really took the steam out of me. So yeah, I do want to keep reading the article, but that type of stuff is so scary. When you hear stories about like, protesters being run over or attacked, and now we see actual opposition being assassinated.
Apparently, there's a video of him.
Yeah, there's a couple now that are floating around.
Yeah, there's a video of him like a year ago or something preaching in the DRC of all places. He was an evangelical pastor, I guess.
That sounds like a Democrat.
That's
Fucking
true.
conspiracy
Yeah.
theorist, man.
I
Some
mean,
of the stuff
only
he
a
follows
Democrat
on
would
social
preach
media.
in the Democratic Republic of Congo, obviously.
I do also want to while we are while we're on the topic here of protests and sorry, I gotta get out of the habit of bringing up guests and then killing the fucking mood. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I want to remind everybody of Garrett Foster, who Garrett Foster died protecting protesters a few years ago, and just last year was his murderer was pardoned by Governor Greg Abbott. In the trial, it came out that the person who killed Garrett had posted on social media that they intended to attack and harm protesters. They were convicted, and Greg Abbott pardoned him. I think it's important to remember heroes like Garrett, because until his mom joined our live, I had never heard Garrett's name. I'd heard of Heather Heyer, but I think these stories are important to keep on. Makes me very, very angry just thinking about it, but I don't know. I don't know how we're supposed to the people that the people that are continuing to go to protest, the people that are continuing to fight the good fight, I don't know where they have the courage. Even myself, I avoided going to the Tampa protests because it was a lot of people. I also well, it was that, and I was exhausted because of the other two protests. The protests I did go to, I wasn't protesting. I was handing out bottles of water because I didn't want to get too ingrained in the situation. I also didn't want to go live. I didn't want to leak my location just in case. And when you have stuff like this, it's just I just want to commend the courage of those that continue to fight the good fight. Those that have been protesting in Los Angeles leading up to this to protect human rights in this country. So, rest in power, Garrett. I'm going to see if I can pull up the there's some graffiti art that I think y'all would like. Ah, shit. Actually, I didn't realize our account was private. Send it to myself. Anyway, Ange and Nemo, I know you guys came up to talk about the Minnesota situation, so feel free to chime in.
This is important as well. Getting Garrett's story out, super important. If anyone that doesn't know his story, there's quite a bit of news coverage, including the court documents if you want to dig into it a little bit more. His story needs to be out there because he did not get the justice that he should have. And it's a more common story than I think people realize, and we don't hear enough about it.
Oh, his mom is here. If you want to request up, feel free.
Hi, I just scrolled in and heard my son's name.
Yeah, we were just I just wanted to share his story at a time when we're seeing violence against protesters, because I think I mentioned it before. I hadn't heard your son's name until you joined our live, and the fact that his murderer has been pardoned. These are the types of things that I think, for me, it's very difficult to keep the morale to continue to fight the good fight, and I just wanted to praise those that, first of all, heroes like Garrett that died protecting protesters, but also those that are continuing to fight this fight, knowing the dangers.
Yeah, his unaliver was pardoned with firearm rights restored after a jury found him guilty of planning it. He was sentenced to 25 years, and Greg Abbott pardoned him after only 1. And Garrett didn't do anything wrong. He was only practicing his constitutional rights. And when that guy came barreling through that red light into their protest, Garrett's firearm was strapped down. There was nothing in the chamber. It was on safety. It was only a deterrent because of people like that guy. There had been multiple instances of people driving into crowds that summer. And when Garrett approached and said, "Move on," the window came down, arm comes straight out the window, and he unloaded his weapon into my son's chest, right in front of his fiancée. She threw herself out of her wheelchair to be with him when he died. And it's been very triggering for me this week because I've been seeing so many comments from hateful right-wingers threatening the protesters. And I just don't know if we ever get back to a place where it's okay to practice your constitutional rights in this country without being attacked.
And what's worse is if you have the protection of the state, then you're even more emboldened to attack.
He empowered more of it. He basically said, "Attaboy, do it again. Anybody that wants to do this in Texas, we'll back you." The police let that guy go that night. They questioned him for 2 hours and released him, even though he even said, "I didn't want to give him a chance to aim it at me." And then Donald freaking Trump got on his Twitter account and lied and said, "My son fired 5 shots and missed." And the driver fired back, unaliving him. And you would not believe the disgusting, hateful comments people sought us out to send us. I've never seen hate on the level that we saw it after Garrett's death. And it was in the middle of our grief and shock. And it's like, good God Almighty, where did all of this come from? And I believe it came from Donald Trump. He empowered all of this hate.
Well, as always, I appreciate you coming up to share your son's story.
Thank you. I appreciate you telling his story.
I also can't thank you enough for raising a hero. I mean, there's no other way to put it.
He was such a good person. I mean, honestly, he was an Air Force veteran, and he was the sole caretaker of his fiancée. She had no limbs. She lost all 4 of her limbs a month after they got engaged, and he stayed with her. I don't know many 19-year-olds that would cut up a woman's food and feed her and learn how to do her makeup and hair and brushed her teeth for her. He was doing all of those things while she was in rehabilitation. I couldn't get him to come home to shower and eat a meal. He would not leave her side during all of that. And I don't know many people like that. You know, this world lost an amazing person when we lost my son. It would be a better place if we had more people like Garrett. I'm sorry. I don't mean to get emotional.
Have every right.
But yeah, I look around this world today and I see so many people who are behaving in ways that guy, when we were in the courtroom, we saw the discovery of evidence. There was 76 pages of social media posts and messages he explained with his friends. He had a strong desire to hurt protesters, and he said, I will only pew pew the ones in the front and then push the pedal to the metal. He announced what he wanted to do and then he followed through and did it, and this freaking state empowers that crap. Greg Abbott brought in the National Guard on his own because he didn't want citizens having the right to protest. It's insanity. I don't know what's happening to this place. Garrett, if he was here now, he would do it all over. He would go out there all over again. He would never put up with this.
Someone,
I can't hear it.
someone in chat asked when this was. I believe he was pardoned in 2024. The murderer was pardoned in 2024.
It was May of 2024. We didn't get a trial for 3 years. We didn't go to trial till April of 2023.
It was July of 2020. Was
2020, yeah, July 25th. So yeah, it's an egregious abuse of power. And Nemo, and I'm sorry, I don't believe I've ever talked to either one of you before, but hi, it's nice to meet you. I'm Sheila.
It is nice
Nice
to
to
meet
meet
you. I
you.
messaged you when you were here last time, as a matter of fact.
Okay,
I'm
sorry.
glad you came up. No, no, nothing in the world to apologize for.
Nemo, I see you a lot on Manda's lives.
Yeah.
It's good to meet you.
Yeah, it's nice to meet you.
may his legacy inspire others.
Thank
no need
you.
to apologize at all.
I appreciate it. I'm gonna drop and I'll stay in the chat.
I as always, I appreciate you coming up and thank you for sharing his story.
You're welcome. Thank you, Dan.
Thanks for coming up.
You're welcome. Good to meet you.
You too.
Thank you.
Boy, Sheila has strength that I don't know if I'd ever have.
Yeah. I mean, I've said it before. In relation to Brett, I don't know how I'd be able to cope with losing a child. And people like Sheila and Brett that are not only are able to move forward with such tremendous pain, but do so while continuing to fight. Like you said, I don't know that I would have that strength. Sheila, the fact that she apologized for getting emotional, like that amount of emotion is is nothing compared to the pain you've gone through. Like it's so. Oh my god. Oh. This happened here in Austin. Holy shit. Yeah, Hector. I don't know if it's just there was so much going on in 2020 that it didn't hit like national news coverage, or maybe I just wasn't paying attention. But I didn't know about this story until she came on my live a few months ago. Everyone is a lot stronger than they think. But yeah, I think it's important to remember those that have given their life fighting for what's right. That applies to Garrett. That applies to Heather Heyer. And the courage is outstanding. It's something that I genuinely can't process. But all I can do is end it. Radicalization wouldn't even come close to what would happen to me, bro. She's so strong. Yeah, like
Yep.
There was a story. It was a blip on the news. They moved on really quickly in the news cycle.
Gosh.
To be honest, Dan, I'm not saying anymore. Sorry, Sheila. All right. Take a quick. I didn't hear about it until the guy was pardoned, and I'm in Texas.
And to pardon him and give him his firearm rights back, I will
Yeah.
never understand that.
For those just coming in, this is Garrett. He was murdered in 2020, July of 2020, protecting protesters from a racist, protecting protesters from somebody who went on social media before attending this protest and said they wanted to shoot and run over protesters. This person was the killer was convicted, and Greg Abbott pardoned him in 2024, gave him back his gun rights. One day like today, when we're seeing violence against not just protesters but now lawmakers, I think it's important to continue to share his story, because this is a story that, like I said, I don't know how I followed politics in 2020. I wasn't living under a rock. I had not heard about Garrett Foster until his mother came up on our live a couple months ago. Trump lied about him on social media. Yeah. Sheila, I don't know. I know that obviously nothing is going to nothing can make it better. But if there's ever anything you need, me and my community are behind you 110%. Just message me on TikTok. I think we should be mutuals on TikTok. And if you ever need anything at all. Okay. Let's do a mental reset for a second. All right. Let's finish the article about the Minnesota lawmakers. Shooter's list of potential targets also included the names of abortion providers and pro-choice activists. Several sources told ABC News Many of the Democratic lawmakers on the list have been outspoken about pro-choice policy positions, sources say. Security resources have been dispatched to protect those people named on the list, authorities said. The Capitol Police said it's working with our federal, state, and local partners. The shootings began around 2 a.m. Saturday when Hoffman and his wife, Yvette, were both shot multiple times in their home in Champlin, Minnesota, authorities said. We're cautiously optimistic they will survive the assassination attempt, Walz said at a news conference. After Hoffman was shot, officers headed to proactively check on Hortman, who lived in a nearby town, Brooklyn Park. Around 3:35 a.m., the officers found the suspect dressed as a police officer coming out of Hortman's house. The suspect fired at the officers, gunfire was exchanged, and the suspect was able to escape and flee on foot, authorities said. Hortman and her husband, Mark, were found fatally shot at the house, said. Suspect's vehicle, which looked like a police vehicle, included police lights. Just to point out, that Slowy guy before, the conspiracy theorist, they implied that the successful assassination was the first house rather than the second house. I got that fact wrong. The suspect's vehicle, which looked like a police vehicle, including police lights, was in Hortman's driveway, authorities said, and the list of potential targets was found inside the car. Walz said in a statement, "We are not a country that settles our differences at gunpoint. We have demonstrated again and again in our state that it is possible to peacefully disagree, that our state is strengthened by civil public debate. We must stand united against all forms of violence. We will spare no resource in bringing those responsible to justice," he added. All right.
I believe she had children in the house as well, and thankfully they're okay. I think at Hoffman's house, they had children also. He was leaving her house, coming back out the front door when they pulled up, and he ran back into the house out the back door, and they don't know where he went. But he was wearing this latex mask that it really did look real. And I put a picture in Discord earlier. His patrol car, whatever you want to call it, the SUV, had a light bar. It was nighttime or middle of the morning. Couldn't see anything but it flashing, so it looked like a police officer was there. He was dressed all in black. He had a badge, a vest on. At night, nobody would have known a difference. So what they're doing now is Minnesota, all of their police officers statewide are 2x2. So they're telling people, if a single officer comes to your door, don't answer it. If a single officer tries to pull you over, call us. All of the state is 2x2 right now, because he's still out there. And he sent a text message to his roommate and his best friend since they were like in the 4th grade, apologizing, and saying that he would be gone for a while if he survived at all. And the roommates have been giving interviews about him, his political stance, and sounds like he was very involved in white nationalism, and he and his wife were pro-life activists. Or ex-wife, I guess.
Been a horribly sad day here in Minnesota. I could hardly breathe this morning. Don't blame
And I
me.
guess he had the Walls, he had Governor Walls and their family on the list as well. Can't imagine what would have happened had those cops not happened to go check on the other representative, because they're both, I guess, District 34 and like right next to each other. Can't imagine how far this would have gone this morning.
Yeah. And actually, now that I think about it, other than the thing you already pointed out and the flaw in his logic that I pointed out, that guess that was spinning the conspiracy theory, his whole thing falls apart because he was saying that why did the other people not get killed on the list? Because and why did the cops show up there? But it was the second location that.
Mhm.
And there's, by the way,
Representative Hoffman. Go ahead, hon.
I was just gonna. There's been so many 0 followers, 0 following people showing up in chat, spreading this conspiracy theory, and I just
Mhm.
don't understand how Republicans are so good at this. That like after the attempted Trump assassination, it was within like minutes that they were like, it's
Mhm.
confirmed the Democrat.
Yep. I don't ever remember a point in time until recently where when incidents like this happened, that the first instinct for everyone was to wonder what their um, political ideology, like, I don't remember that ever before all of this.
Yeah.
The last 10 years or so. We didn't worry about stuff like that. Nobody cared. It didn't play a part in it. And now I feel like every time an incident happens, the first thing that everyone tries to find out is who they voted for. And then if they are Republican or MAGA, they immediately find a small crack in something with them to pivot it that it's the Democrats and some conspiracy theory. I don't know how we get away from this at this point.
Tanner actually made a really good point. He said it's likely mostly bots. Dead internet theory. I don't know for those that don't know dead internet theory, but basically that most of the comments we see, most of like the conversations that are being had are just bots talking to other bots, and it's actually kind of scary to think about.
Yeah. I kind of hope more that it is bots and it's not really people that believe this shit. Like how disconnected with reality are you that everything that happens has to be a conspiracy theory? Everything.
Yeah. All
Yeah,
right.
I got when this broke this morning, the very first thing I thought of, because I'm old, was Gabby Gifford.
Yeah, this is actually I guess it's a little off topic, but I remember thinking that if Biden does drop out, we should run Mark Kelly. Part of the reason being that it would be like a big statement against political violence, because it was pretty shortly after the Trump assassination attempt that that Biden dropped out.
Mhm.
But obviously Kelly couldn't really nobody could run at the time with the time given other than Kamala because the campaign finance rules. But Mark Kelly would have been nice, I think.
I do too.
Astronaut and all that.
He was one of my picks for VP, um, when she was going through the last 5 or so. He was one of my picks for sure. When you
I
talk about the American story, it is Mark Kelly and his family. Literally, the astronauts, like just crazy things you see in movies that a single person can do, he has done.
He also has a twin
Yeah, who's
who's
also
also
an
an
astronaut.
astronaut.
Yeah, it's wild.
I think that there's only one other Democrat at the federal level that is a twin, and that is Julian Castro and oh shit, what's the
Joaquin.
Joaquin? Yeah, I think it is Joaquin. Joaquin and Julian Castro. They're Joaquin Castro and Julian Castro. Yeah.
Well, they're identical. Is Mark Kelly's twin identical?
I think so.
I
I
think
mean,
so,
if not, there's
yeah.
a very strong resemblance.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, talk about overachievers, like decorated veterans, like senator, an astronaut, like it's crazy. What a life.
They got the mustache to tell each other apart. I didn't know the Castros were twins. Well, I didn't know of Joaquin Castro's existence until recently, actually, because I think Julian ran for president, right? 2020.
You know what? I can't remember which one of them did. I think you're right.
Yeah,
There's a
parents
lot of
got to be
candidates.
proud for sure.
All right. Let's see if we got any more guests here.
You can drop me if you'd like. If you need a palate cleanser, I sent you a funny video yesterday of dumb shit that George W. Bush said because I figured at some point we were going to need a laugh. So it's in your inbox.
Okay. We'll probably take a
All
look at that.
right.
Thank you.
Sounds
Bye,
good.
Ange. Love you.
Thanks, guys. Love you.
See ya.
Hi, welcome up. Eric. Eric Bueller. Bueller. All right. Hey, Psych.
Also, thank you, Matthew, for that PayPal. I appreciate that.
While this guest tries to connect, I want to remind everyone that June 19th is the deadline for the TikTok ban. And we haven't really been talking about it a lot lately because, obviously gestures vaguely at all the horrible things happening. But it is possible without another extension from Trump, it is possible that TikTok goes dark in 5 days. So, if you aren't following on YouTube and Twitch, now is the time. We are actually right now streaming on all 3 platforms. So, make sure you drop a follow just in case so we can keep in touch during the fall of democracy. And it was already sold? What? I think I would have heard about that. Nope. 5 days ago, Trump said he was probably going to grant another extension. Where did it say it sold? BlackRock has 60% stake.
Since when?
I don't know where they're getting this. Do you have any evidence of that? Source of some kind. There's no way this app gets sold without any publication pushing it? Yeah, for real. I heard it on Danny Cook's live. Did Danny say that? ByteDance is a privately held global company, roughly 60% owned by global institutional investors such as BlackRock, General Atlantic, and Susquehanna.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah, it does mean BlackRock owns 60%.
Yeah, it's ByteDance. 60% of ByteDance is owned by institutional investors. So I mean I could see where the 60% number came from, but it's not exactly the same as saying BlackRock owns 60% of TikTok. BlackRock is part of the 60%. Yeah, and it's not even part of the 60% of TikTok. It's part of the 60% of ByteDance.
Hey Dan, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm good. I just this it is a sad thing. So if you want to stay off it, we can. This shooting is or this pew pewing is very was really weird because it's reported that a friend or a really close person to the pew pewer said he avidly.
I'm gonna stop you right there. You can say shooting and shooter. On my
Oh,
live.
sorry.
No, don't say sorry. A lot of people don't like it. I can't stand pew pew. It makes me want to pew pew myself. So
Friend of the shooter said he hated abortion in the 90s. He was hated. He was very critical to LGBTQ plus and all this. and the people he listed on his memo were, pro-choice. So, but the shooter was also just a regular Joe person. So it's really weird.
What do you mean a regular Joe person? Because weren't they involved in the
He
government?
he was involved in the government, but he was involved in it's almost like he wasn't a cabinet member. He was more so like on a committee. So committee with other citizens. It wasn't like it was a government committee, but it was like a government committee comprised of citizens and other business members, if I read correctly. So, and he was appointed by a different governor, the governor before Walls, I think in 2016.
Yeah.
So it's I don't. It's weird that. Uh, so,
I mean,
but
I don't really
sorry.
know like what any political murder is going to be weird.
Yeah, but this
So
this just is like really weird. I don't know, but I was listening to your story where you said how in Tampa it was. You said you were in a really red country,
it's
and it
Tampa
just
Bay, because I do think Tampa, the county Tampa's in, might have voted for Kamala, but the surrounding counties voted for Trump.
blood red. Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna be honest. I live in South Florida as well, so it's blood red as well. Went out Memorial Day weekend. Um, Went out on the boat Memorial Day weekend, and if you went out that time last year, it was every other boat had a Trump flag. This year, not a single, like two boats. It was really really quiet, and I think a lot of people are like genuinely either ashamed or like they like they're just done with him.
I do actually want to correct myself here. Hillsborough County did narrowly vote for Trump in 2024.
Oh, there you go.
After voting for Biden in 2020 and I believe Hillary in 2016.
Yeah. So yeah, I just wanted to get your thoughts on it, just because this whole situation. Apparently, also, I don't know if you read it in the article, he was wearing a rubber mask when he went to one
Yeah.
of the houses. So, I like I said, this whole situation is just really weird, and I wanted to get your thoughts on it.
Yeah, I mean, so far it doesn't sound anything like Epstein killing himself type conspiracy. Like that's
No, yeah, I get
everything
that.
sounds. Anyone murdering somebody over their political views is probably going to have a few screws loose. So
No,
like,
totally agree. Totally agree. It's just this guy is, it's not like this was somebody on, the FBI's radar that was, had said a lot of things online and all that kind of stuff. He was really quiet online, and he was just like I said, it almost seemed like average Joe. He just,
yeah.
kind of went on with his day, and like one thing clicked him. I don't know. So, all right, you can drop me now.
All right. Have a good
Have a
night.
good day, Dan.
The FBI gives right wingers a pass. That's actually a really good point. This is Kash Patel's FBI, which is a very, very different FBI than the George Bush FBI or the Bill Clinton FBI or the Barack Obama FBI. How was the protest? Good. I okay. I was explaining this to Mac earlier. Sorry, Nemo. Did you want to say anything to the last guest or anything? I just
Oh no.
Okay.
No, you hit it.
So I have mixed feelings for two reasons. Like after the protests, when I got home, I had mixed feelings for two reasons. Aside from being exhausted from the sun, because oh my god, it was like Florida sun. There's not a cloud in the sky today. So aside from just being exhausted because of the sun, there was two things I was mixed about. Number one, I was first. I already explained this part to you guys, which is first I was super hopeful about the turnout. Like I said, I'm in a like Trump plus 25 county, and we had like 900 people at the end of the protest. At the first protest, I didn't count the second protest. So I was hopeful about the turnout, and then I was super like dejected when I found out the news about the Minnesota assassinations. So that had me conflicted, like internally. And then after the second protest, and I looked at everything as a whole, I was conflicted about my own actions in that I really liked what I chose to do. I liked that rather than making a sign and protesting. I brought bottles of water, protein bars, and stuff like that. I really liked that I did that for two reasons. One, I felt a little bit more in control. I wasn't like constantly in a big group of people because I can get really claustrophobic and stuff like that. And two, it actually like felt really good. Like it felt good to hand people cold bottles of water in 90-degree Florida weather. Microwave protein bars. No, if I had left them in the sun long enough, then they would have been technically microwave. But okay, so here are the things that I didn't do. I should have. First of all, y'all kept me up too late last night. I should have went to bed earlier so I could get up earlier because I didn't get there at the start of the protest. I got there in the middle of the protest. That's number one. Number two, I should have planned like the ice and the cooler and all that stuff like a day or two before, because the first 40 bottles I gave out were ice cold, right, which was great. But then I just wasn't able to get the other ones cold, so it was 24 cases because Walmart doesn't have the 40 bottles. It was 48 bottles that were just room temperature at best. And that's something I wish I had prepared for. I also didn't prepare to be there that long at first because I didn't think there would be that many people. I should have thought about that because I would have brought sunscreen. I would have brought more protein bars. I think I brought. It would have been 3 boxes, but I had the one microwave one yesterday, so it was like 11 protein bars. But I had more that I could have brought, and so I bought more for Walmart. But this is all stuff that I was like, okay, I could have done what I did so much better if I just planned more. A lot of people were putting them in those carts and pulling them down the road. The water bottles, yeah, there were other people handing out water bottles, which was awesome. There were also a lot of people that when I offered them a bottle of water, they would look down at their like a quarter left warm bottle of water and say, "No, I'm good. Give it to somebody that needs it." Which was like that's like an awesome thing to hear somebody say, But water that's not cold is apparently healthier. I hear that too, but if you drink less water because it's not cold, then it defeats the purpose, right? Planning gets you huge points. Yeah, but I didn't plan is the problem. I needed to plan better. So if protesting continues to be legal, then and I do plan on going to a future large protest. I definitely want to do something like that again. Also, had I planned better, I could have met up with Doug, the Dougie Lifts, the content creator, because we could have met up either. If I'd gotten back to his message earlier, we could have possibly met up somewhere outside of Tampa, or I could have planned to go to the Tampa protest with him. But I didn't plan. So, and that could have been really cool. Doug is an amazing person. Yeah, I love Doug. Doug lives like an hour, I think, from me. So like one of these days we should meet up outside of that as well. No biceps for you. When is the next protest? I'm not sure. LAPD is making a ruckus. You should elaborate. Talk about narcissistic. Congrats on telling us the good things you did. Damn, got me. Yeah, I mean it's more that I wanted to talk about that I could have done them better, but I mean, I guess that's a good point. Although if I really wanted to highlight the good things I did, I would have went live while handing out the bottles of water.
Right? Because then you could monetize the altruism.
That's true. Haters gonna hate. Yeah, man, I can't. You can't win out here. Monetize the altruism. Speaking of altruism, here's Falcon.
I don't know what that noise was.
I don't know what that sound was.
The answer to when is the next protest is July 27th. And I sent a message to the Discord, and there's a vote going on the 5051 website. If you go to 5051.com or .org/poll, you can vote for the next National Day of Action. And I will never forgive you if you don't vote for my protest, Dan.
Okay, so July 27th, you said?
July 27th is the answer.
Okay. And is this a nationwide situation?
Yeah, so what happens with 5051 is organizations within the coalition put forward proposals once a month to do the monthly action. You're supposed to be in bed. Rylan, go to bed. I'm sorry, 1 second.
Protest every day until impeachment.
Okay, so the way that it works is each member, like organization in the 5051 coalition, gets to propose a date. And then we all vote on the website for which date is the national day of action for 5051. And so my organization is the one that put forward the 27th. And we are going to do it whether we win the 5051 vote or not, but we will get more attention for the work that we're doing if we win the vote. And then as far as protesting every day until Trump is impeached, there's actually another organization in the coalition. They're called Mayday Movement USA, and they are running a 24/7 protest in front of the Union Station at Columbus Circle in Washington, D.C. As far as why the 27th was picked, Money Out of Politics as an organization voted for the date. I voted for September, but I was outvoted, so it's the 27th. But yeah, these are all democratically run organizations. So I don't know why you think it should be on 06. I voted for September, but the July 27th date won. Rylan, you are supposed to be in bed. I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah, can you message me if you haven't already? The thing I need to vote for?
Oh, the link? Yeah,
Yeah.
I can do that. But yeah, we had 3,000 people show up in the 757 today in Hampton Roads, Virginia. So roughly 3,000. We don't have official counts yet. We had 3 different protests, one in Virginia Beach, one in Norfolk, and one in Chesapeake. And it was a great day. I've been getting reports in because I'm in all of the organizer chats for No Kings. So far, the only 3 reported instances of major violence have been the issue that happened in Minnesota. And then Tampa is currently popping off right now. They're still out protesting gas masks on. Police have started throwing tear gas. And there was violence in Charlottesville. But other than that, so all of the Philly was surprisingly calm as anything. There were over, at the current counts we have, there were over 80,000 protesters in Philadelphia today. So we are working. But yeah, Mayday Movement USA, if you're interested in 24/7 protest until the Trump administration is removed, and please vote at 5051.org/poll. And as soon as you drop me down, I will send you the link.
All right. Thank you so much as always, Falcon.
Good night.
Good night. There was a citizen's arrest in Bloomington, Illinois. Guy carrying a stick around got a tactical vest. Oh, I didn't tell my I didn't tell the Trump supporter stories. Okay, so at the first protest, there were 3 Trump supporters that I ran into. One of them was holding this big ass Trump flag, and he was actually getting debated by somebody. I thought that was interesting. I didn't stick around to watch the full thing because I was doing a head count. But I do have all this footage. I have like a 20-minute video from the first protest. That was cool. And it made me kind of think about like doing something like that in the future. But man, was I not in the mood in that sun. So yeah, so the first Trump supporter we saw was getting debated. The other 2 were speaking strictly in slurs. Okay. The one guy with this is all I posted a TikTok with their pictures. The one guy was the only person there I saw with a protective vest and was calling people the R slur. The other guy was calling people the F slur. And so when I was recording and I pointed out the irony of that guy's tactical vest saying don't tread on me, and I said, oh, the irony of being a Trump supporter and then having don't tread on me. You just want to tread on the people that you don't like. But before I could even finish that sentence, he said, you look like you do dangerous shit. I don't want to talk to you. And I said, what about me makes me look like I do dangerous shit? I'm wearing a breast cancer awareness shirt. And he said, that's virtue signaling. You know what I'm talking about. So that was interesting. Then his friend, the other guy, almost got into a fight. I have all this footage. I'll probably post it. Almost got into a fight with a gay gentleman who asked him politely to not call him the F slur. And he said, this is America, freedom of speech, blah, blah, blah. So yeah, we're all the states' rights conservatives. I don't know. They're getting bolder in public too. I got sexually assaulted and slurred at work today. I'm so sorry, Emmy. Yeah, they are getting bolder in public. It's being emboldened by those in power. MAGA's best and brightest. Sexually harassed, to be clear, not assaulted. Oh, okay. Well, still
I'm
not
sorry,
good.
I joined July by I didn't mean to.
No, you're good. You're good. Thank you. Have a good night. A customer took a picture of my crotch. Why are they so fucking weird? I'm so sorry, Emmy. A protest at the Capitol was huge and safe. That's good to hear, Dean. The protests I went to were also safe, at least from what I saw.
Looks like there may have been a shooting at a No Kings protest in Salt Lake City.
As of 19 minutes ago. Hold on. People sent running after shooting incident during Salt Lake City protest. Shooting in Salt Lake City, possibly related to protest. One critically injured in shooting during No Kings March in Salt Lake. At least one person is critically injured after shooting during the No Kings protest in downtown Salt Lake City. A crowd of about 10,000 people marched between Pioneer Park and the Federal Building. Pioneer Park and the Federal Building when shots were fired near 200 South State Street. There's a person of interest in custody. We can confirm the shooting resulted in one person being critically injured. The patient has been taken to a hospital with life-threatening injuries. Officials with the Salt Lake City Police Department said in a post. Multiple law enforcement units and ambulances responded to the scene. Officials are asking demonstrators to leave safely and orderly. They are also asking anyone with photos and videos of the incident to upload them to their personal portal for evidence. Yeah, this is as of like 20 minutes ago. This news is breaking, so we still don't know exactly what happened. I will say 10,000 people in Utah. Good. Don't believe anything the media says. That's a good point.
No?
Hey, Steph.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
You didn't mean to request?
No, no, no.
Oh,
Drop
well,
me, drop
thank you for coming up. Bye.
me.
Okay, there is somebody. They're crashing out in the comments. Hello, Ness.
Hello, Dan.
Request back with better energy. That was fucking weird. Active pew pew just on another. Okay. Are you a normal member of society right now?
Yes, Dan.
Okay. What did you request?
Wanted to debate you.
About?
Whatever you wanted to debate about.
How old are you?
22.
Are you a student?
Yes.
Study.
Not telling you that.
Why?
Don't want to disclose.
While you streamed, I studied the blade.
What'd you study?
Business management.
You a big Destiny supporter?
Am I a Destiny supporter?
God knows you are.
Where'd you get that?
All of you love Destiny, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, big Destiny fan.
Even though he's become so radical. Nemo, you like Destiny?
Me?
I don't.
Yes.
No. I mean, like, he's
Well,
good
who-
at debating, but like as far as like him personally, I don't really get too attached to streamers or debaters for reasons.
Well,
They
who do you
tend
guys
to-
like?
Yeah.
Commentator wise.
Commentator wise?
Yes.
Destiny and Destiny 2 are great games.
No, they're not.
Who is Destiny? Destiny is a former Twitch streamer. I think he was banned on Twitch. Who is currently involved in a lawsuit related to him sharing intimate pictures without consent. So
He's like the left's Ben Shapiro. There you go. Is that not an accurate description?
I don't really think so. I think I agree with Nemo. I think Destiny is a good debater, but extremely problematic.
Yeah.
And I disagree with him on a few things like guns and Israel. But
You don't believe we should have guns?
is that what I said?
Well, what's your stance on it? Because I know he's pro Second Amendment.
Yeah, I'm also pro Second Amendment. I'm just not pro AR-15s, and I'm pro common sense gun reform. But
Okay.
why did you even bring up Destiny? Were you thinking about him?
Oh
shit, Brett's here. You want to talk about the Second Amendment? We got your man.
Is he pro Second Amendment or anti?
Well, you know what? I'll just have Brett explain
Oh
it to you.
God, I've seen this dude's live.
So,
Oh, you know who I am?
I've seen your live. Yes.
Cool. So, what are you talking about the Second Amendment for? What do you know about it?
Dan brought it up.
No. He said,
Yeah,
I
did.
disagree with a foreign country and his stance on guns. That was it. You're the one that said, oh, are you against the Second Amendment?
Well, yeah, I elaborated on it. I was curious what he meant. Is that okay?
Right now, I'm curious what you mean. Are you pro 2A?
Yes.
What is the Second Amendment? It's
The right to
27
bear
words.
arms.
Okay. Can you elaborate? You like elaboration, so elaborate on it.
Bro, super hostile.
No, actually, I'm chill as hell. There's
Okay.
27 words in the Second Amendment. What are they?
The right to bear arms. Like, what do you mean?
The right to bear arms. That's 5 words. You're missing 22. What is it?
Oh wow, this guy's super passionate. Did you like just count each individual word? Oh, there's 27 words.
Yeah,
That'll
counting
make me
tough to
sound
27
smart.
isn't hard for me. It might be for you, but it isn't for me.
It
So
just seems like a benign thing to really memorize, right?
no.
This amendment has 27 words. Does
Well,
like the third have like 62? Like, do you know all of them? Like, as if that's an important stat to know.
I know the second.
Okay. Is it like super important to you to know the amount of words in it?
The Second Amendment is super important to me, and I love how you're fucking trying to pivot, my guy. Can you answer it? Yes
No
or no?
one's pivoting. It's a stupid thing to try to like get me on.
Okay, then concede.
I'm not conceding anything.
Do you know them or not?
The rest of the 22 words?
Yeah.
Probably not verbatim.
Yeah. So what? All right. So that's one thing that you don't know. Now tell me, what is the Second Amendment about?
To defend yourself from a tyrannical government. And
Oh, I love it when y'all say that. So here's the thing: where in those 22 words does it talk about fighting a tyrannical government?
What?
You said it was designed for fighting a tyrannical government. So please tell me how.
Defend yourself or
Please
a
tell me where.
tyrannical government.
Where does it say tyrannical government? Actually, you know what? I will even broaden this up for you. Where in the whole Constitution?
It's what it's for, bro.
Tell me.
What do you mean?
Tell me where else in the whole Constitution does it say to fight a tyrannical government?
It's just something because the government's going to get tyrannical no matter what. It goes through cycles of tyrannicism. So, like, that's what it's for. Yes.
You mean tyranny?
Tyranny, sure.
Okay. Words aren't your strong suit. It's all right.
I'm sure I know more than you, Mr.
Well,
27.
I know 22 of them that you don't. So
you an English major or something?
Huh?
You like an English major?
No. I love the pivot, by the way.
I don't think you need to be an English major to not know that tyrannicism isn't a word, but
okay.
So, tell me, where in the whole Constitution does it say anything about fighting a tyrannical government?
Just the founders knew that the government.
No, I want you to tell me. Okay, where?
How about you tell me, Mr. Smart Guy?
Yeah, it's not. It's not in the Constitution at all. The word tyrannical is not in the Constitution at all.
Okay.
You know what it is, though?
What?
Is fighting the people that want to fight a tyrannical government. That's in the Constitution. Article 1, Section 8, Clause 15. Congress will have the power to call forth the militia to aid the Union to suppress insurrections. Now, if you fight a government, tyrannical or not, is that an insurrection?
Sure.
Okay. So then the Second Amendment is about fighting people who want to fight a tyrannical government.
How did you come to that?
So the well-regulated militia that's in the Second Amendment, you know, some of those words that you didn't know, the well-regulated militia, Article 1, Section 8, Clause 15 of the Constitution. So articles, I don't know if you know what articles are.
Oh, right? I do.
Okay. So Article 1, Section 8, Clause 15. You can
stop with the condescension, brother. You're like, how old are you?
I'm 34.
Oh, okay.
I love the pivots, though. Once again, I didn't play any professional sports, so I didn't stretch either. I don't like whiplash, so let's quit pivoting.
Yeah, I've seen you. You definitely didn't play sports, but go on.
Okay, cool. Article 1, Section 8, Clause 15 gives Congress the power to call forth the militia, which is that same well-regulated militia in the Second Amendment, right?
Okay. What's
To aid the Union,
so what's your
suppress
stance on it? Because you're super
insurrection.
passionate about it. You know more than me about probably only the Second Amendment out of all the information in the world. So why don't you tell me what your stance is on it instead of like all this minutia that doesn't really matter?
I mean, it does matter.
Like the amount of words in it and stuff like that.
No, it all matters.
Just tell me what you think. And
so we're pivoting again. Okay, this will be the last
no,
time
no
that I
one's
pivot.
pivoting. It's just like you came up here super hostile.
Yeah, I came up here to have a conversation, not to tango.
No, you're just not saying anything of substance. Like what
Just
is your
because
big,
you can't
what
comprehend it doesn't mean
stance?
it's not for it lacks substance, my guy.
No, I'm just wondering, like, what are you trying to come up here to say? Because I was like trying to talk to Dan, and then you came up here super
you were
hostile.
being weird, and you were like
And
doing this weird giggle, and I just wanted to save Dan and Nemo from this shit because like they have less patience than I do, or they have more patience.
So what was your motive coming up here? Just curious.
Because you brought up 2A, and I knew that you didn't know what it was.
Anytime someone brings 2A, you're just, I gotta get up here. I gotta share my knowledge about this one subject. Is that what it is?
Yes.
Okay. So why don't you share what your knowledge is about it? You know the amount of words in it, word for word.
I know that when we had an assault weapons ban from 1994 to 2004, there was a 70% decrease in mass shootings. Right? I do know that.
There's a what?
Nemo, can I borrow the crayons?
No, go, dude. Yeah.
Okay.
I just love how pompous the left is. It's quite funny.
I'm not left.
It's funny because like you guys like
Democrat,
equate.
I'm not a Republican.
You equate being like progressive as being smart, and it's just
never said anything like that.
Every time
no one is saying that. He gave you a stat. He gave you a stat, and you were unable to interpret it.
Dan, look at the memes you're putting up. It's just a funny thing I've noticed.
Wait. This meme has nothing to do with you being a Republican. It has to do with the things you've said.
No, yeah. It's
and also your attitude.
It's because you're pompous. It's because you're pompous, and you think just because you have like progressive values that you're like smarter than the right. It's just funny.
You came up and giggled in chat. By the way, you said, Dan, I want to know why Dean is afraid to debate me.
I never said Dean. I said you.
You want me to scroll up in the chat?
If I did, maybe it was autocorrect. I would debate Dean. You think I'm scared of you guys? You guys aren't really like that much of a threat.
Anyway, sorry, I'm not gonna let you to pivot to my meme. I'm not gonna let you pivot to my meme. Did you understand the stat that Brett gave you?
Oh no, I didn't hear him.
All right, from 1994 to 2004, we had an assault weapons ban. Yes or no?
Sure.
Okay, during that time, there was a 70% decrease in mass shootings. When the bill sunset in 2004, sunset means they didn't renew it. After that, there was an uptick of 180% in mass shootings. So,
we would need to look at all unaliveness, right? Like with knives, with other forms of it, because I mean, once you ban something, obviously the use of it is going to go down, right? So it's not like
what an assault weapons ban is?
An assault weapons ban?
Yeah, do you know what it is?
Yeah, like any rifles, I'm guessing?
What does the ban do?
Bans all rifles?
What does that mean?
You can tell me. Like, you can still have pistols, but you can't have, like, assault rifles, I'm guessing?
Yeah, so, no, it's a pipeline freeze. It halts production on them.
Okay. So you can still have them and shoot them?
Yes.
Okay.
No new ones are made.
Okay.
Right.
So still, I mean, like, we see this in UK. Their unalivenments with knives are like super high.
I fucking love that. The UK's knifing isn't even as bad as America's, but so not only do we beat them in knife attacks, but we also have all this gun violence too. We should aim to be more like the UK, pun intended.
Yeah, I would need to know, like, what's the population of the UK?
How do we do stats?
I would need to know the proportional.
How do we do stats? Do we do it by like 1 for 1?
What do you mean?
How do we do out.
Well, that's exactly what I'm saying. Their proportionality will be
Is
different because their population is different,
it
right? Right,
one
smartass?
for one, or is it something else?
I'll give you a hint. He's looking for 2 words here. Pat's already got it.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm wondering. Like, just say what you're meaning to say, because I'm not like seeing what you're trying to say.
Oh, damn, I thought
But
you were supposed to be
that's
smarter than me.
oh, I am.
Shit. It's per
But I'm
capita.
just curious. But I'm
It's
just
per
curious, like,
capita.
what you mean. Okay. So yeah, I would need to see the proportionality because I don't know the population of
Do
the
you know
UK.
what per capita means, Ness?
Why don't you tell me,
Nemo,
Nemo?
don't be pompous.
Right? I mean, he said he was smart. I was hoping he could give me a definition.
No, I know. He also said that he probably knows more about every other topic besides the Second Amendment to Brett, and I'm pretty sure that that's hard incorrect. Like just so incorrect based on what we've seen so far. I think this is a bit of a humiliation ritual at this point, but
well, it's not kind of like Done Fuck America tour.
Well, what it seems to be is like you have this shame kink, and over here we don't kink shame, but we do kink ask why. So why do you like to be humiliated?
Oh, I don't. I'm completely
but you do.
content. What's up?
I said, oh, but you do.
I don't at all. I'm curious. Like, where are you going with this? Like, you came up. I was trying to debate Dan, and then once you hear 2A, I think you just love to like come up here and start pontificating about all this stuff. Just
spell
pontificate. Pontificate. There you go, buddy. You want to go on a spelling bee with each other since you know more words than me?
Sure.
Tyrannicism.
TYRANICCISM.
I do want to point something out here. Ness, it's interesting that your stance keeps changing. At first you said, well, I'm willing to debate anyone. But now that Brett is hooking you, you're like, well, I came up here to debate Dan. And
well, I did.
But
I mean, I'm cool with him staying up here. Just the condescension was unnecessary.
And
when I literally just asked you if you were pro 2A,
you didn't think it was condescending when you were like implying I was a Destiny supporter, and then saying that you knew everything about me, and
sure,
like you.
Sure, but it was just like
why are you playing victim now? I thought you guys weren't the snowflakes. Wasn't it supposed to be the left that's the snowflake? Just fucking take the beating like a man. You don't know what you're talking about. Admit it.
Well, I already said he knows more about me than 2A. That's why I came up here to debate you. But of course,
all right. So
he probably just goes live to live.
Then I'll just give him the concession.
Once he hears Second Amendment,
you don't know. You don't know about the Second Amendment, but you have a strong opinion on it. Why?
Well, I know what it's for. I don't know the amount of words in it. I don't know like the stupid minutia behind it.
Do words matter?
Of course they do.
Right. So, like, words mean things, right?
Yes.
Right. So, should we not understand the words behind something that we claim that we're pro?
Sure, but I don't think you need to know the exact number of words.
No, but you didn't. You thought it was to fight a tyrannical government.
Especially whenever you use that as like a gotcha. It's just silly.
Oh, no, that wasn't a gotcha. That was just showing ignorance. So you also said that it was for a tyrannicism government, which is not anywhere in the Constitution. And furthermore, I brought up how in the Constitution it actually says that the government is allowed to use that militia in the 2A to fight down people who want to fight a tyrannical government. Furthermore, it's U.S. Code 2385. I believe, I could be wrong. It's been a minute. But U.S. Code says that that's actually a felony, is to advocate for overthrowing the government. So continue to tell me how the Second Amendment was to fight a tyrannical government.
Oh, it was just put in place because, it's not the sole reason, but it was definitely put there for in case the government becomes tyrannical.
No, it wasn't.
It was.
No.
It was.
Okay, tell me where and how you got that.
Well, I mean, the founders talk about this. It's not in the. I don't think it's like.
Yeah,
here, let's look it up. One second.
Oh, I thought you knew this.
Here. I mean, I don't know who exactly said it, Nemo. I'm sorry.
So the founders talked about it, but chose not to include it in the amendment.
Oh, just yeah. Oh, yeah. So here's the thing: is that Madison actually wanted to put it in there.
Now?
No, it's not changing. Shut up. I'm going to educate you.
Oh yeah, what is James
Okay.
Madison, Thomas Jefferson, George
Yeah.
Mason, Noah
So-
Webster?
James Madison.
So I was right
right?
the whole time, and you just wanted to like
Listen, my
beat around
guy.
the bush. Is that what it
No.
was?
Hey, can I finish? So James Madison.
Now you're
wrote-
trying to go back on your lie.
No, I'm gonna explain
Okay,
some
then, dude.
shit to you. James
Okay.
Madison wrote the original, what was going to be the original Second Amendment. But the problem is that he said that the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed, semicolon, which would have ended the thought, right? Further stating that a well-armed and well-regulated militia being the necessary security for a free country, but those religiously scrupulous were not made to bear arms.
Oh look, Thomas Jefferson said exactly what I said. You want me to read it to you? You want me to read it to you?
I wanted to get out what I was saying, but sure, go ahead.
Sure. Go on. Just come back to me whenever you're done.
No, go ahead, because I feel like you're not going to listen if you don't get to say what you want to say.
Oh no, I mean, it's funny
Go
how
ahead.
now it's funny how you knew this information beforehand, but now because it wasn't in the Constitution, it's like not.
No,
it's
I
not
was
credible or
explaining
something?
the Constitution to you, but you didn't want to listen.
No,
so
no, I
hurry up, say
understand.
what you want to say, and then I'll get back to educating you.
No, I understand, but you knew this.
Say
the whole
what you want
time.
to say, and
You
then I'll
literally-
get back to educating you.
Okay, I'll say it, but I just want to point out.
Say
that
what
did
you
know
want to
this.
say,
You
and
did
then
know
I'll get back
this.
to educating you.
You did know this, but now you want to walk it back now that we're looking it up.
No,
Okay.
I'm going to explain some shit to you.
So
Go ahead.
Thomas Jefferson said, the strongest reason for the people to retain the right to keep and bear arms is, as a last resort, to protect themselves against tyranny and government. So
Okay.
it's funny that you knew these things, but then you just want to keep it under wraps, under the radar or something? Like what was
Nope.
the point of that?
Now let me explain. So James Madison, like I said, wrote a entirely different Second Amendment, but it wasn't put in the Constitution. In fact, they wouldn't even allow it to get voted on until it was fucking written. Do you know why that is?
Why don't you tell me?
Because the way that Madison had it wrote was that it was an individual right guaranteed to the fucking citizens, right? And so here's the thing. The Second Amendment, as you haven't said this, but I bet you think this way, means that everybody can just own a firearm, correct?
No, I'm sure you had to go through some process, right?
Well, yeah, but you think that is an individual right, correct?
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah.
To defend
So
themselves,
here's the
sure.
thing. Awesome. In 1791, right? Do you think that Virginia would have ratified any fucking amendment that meant that everybody could own a firearm?
I don't know. Why don't you tell me?
I'm gonna say it again. Okay. Do
Dude, why
think
don't you
in
just tell me?
1791 that Virginia would have ratified an amendment that said that everybody could own a firearm?
I really don't know. Why don't you just tell me, dude?
No, they wouldn't have.
You're the big oracle of knowledge on this, right?
I am. No, they wouldn't have. Do you know why?
Why? Why don't you tell me? I
Because
just said I
giving
don't know.
everybody the right to own a firearms would mean that they would have had to give slaves the right to own firearms. And they weren't about to do that. So that's why they changed the entire fucking Second Amendment from Madison's original fucking writing to be what it is today, to mean that it pertains with the militia. And what's funny is that the amendments were written 2 years after the articles, correct?
Sure.
Yeah, awesome. So they knew what the term militia in the Constitution said prior, right? In the articles, because they wrote it, right? They knew that the articles were there. They knew what they said as they wrote it. They knew that it said that the well-regulated militia would be ran by Congress, because Article 1, Section 8, Clause 16 says that Congress will arm, train, and discipline the militia the way that they see fit.
Okay. So what is the point of all this?
That you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And you just came up here.
Yet
to
you
say
lied.
shit.
Yet you
I didn't
intentionally
lie.
lied. Yes, you
How
did.
did I lie?
Because you knew that was the philosophical roots of it, and we can read even more.
Wait. Walk us through that. What do you mean?
What do you mean?
The philosophical roots were related to a tyrannical government,
Yes.
according to you, and your basis
according
for that was
to
what?
Thomas Jefferson,
Yeah. So this is
George Mason, Noah Webster,
so this quote, the quote that you specifically
James
cited.
Madison.
There's no evidence that he even said this.
But it does. Thomas Jefferson, it was a letter to William Stephen Smith, 1787. George Mason says to disarm the people is the best and most effectual way to enslave them in the Virginia Ratifying Convention. And Noah Webster.
Well, hold
said,
on. You lied. This is not in the letter you're referring to. This is the website I'm on is the Thomas Jefferson Museum website.
What are you talking about, dude?
What you just said. Pull up the letter. It's not in there. The strongest reason, this quote that you read to Brett, and you were claiming that was some evidence that Brett lied. There's no evidence that this quote was ever spoken by Thomas Jefferson. Now, there is evidence that he said, no freeman shall be disbarred the use of arms, which is from Jefferson's draft of the Virginia Constitution. There's evidence of that. But the quote that you read, that was your kill shot, so to speak. That was your silver bullet. That, all of the founding fathers must have wanted arms for to protect against tyrannical governments. Spurious. And I went ahead and looked up spurious for you, not being what it purports to be, false or fake.
Okay, yeah, let's look up the letter to William Stephen Smith.
Sure, I'll do that. But I just want to point out that nothing Brett said was a lie. I don't know why you would call him a liar based on your interpretation of a quote that Thomas Jefferson probably didn't even say.
We're looking up verbatim Thomas Jefferson.
Well, look it up. Look it up. Right, go ahead, look it up, and I'm going to say something while you're at it. Then, so the reason also why he says that nobody should be barred from a firearm was in fact the reason that every single one of those individuals were a part of the militia that was ran by Congress.
Okay, well, I actually have to go. Oh, no, I actually do. No, it's funny that you lied the whole time. I'll come back here up in like 2 hours if you're still on. But I got to go do some stuff.
Uh-huh.
So it was fun. Thanks for lying intentionally, even though you knew some of these things.
Bye.
Okay, dude. I actually do have to go. Peace.
That was kind of cathartic.
Yeah, sorry, bro. I didn't mean to like come in and just like I hate stupid people, willfully stupid people.
No, you not have to apologize. Number one, you absolutely humiliated. Let's be honest. That was emasculating. At some point when all of his like condescension and confidence turned into victimhood because you came up and he felt like we were claiming to be smarter than him. Like he literally turned into a victim in real time. He also did not know who he was speaking to, and the fact that you did all of that without once mentioning who you are. Yeah.
As soon as I say who I am, most of the times people are like, "Oh, well, you're too emotional." So that's why I've had to get away from that, you know.
Yeah. And I've said it so many times. And actually, we were talking about when we were talking to Sheila earlier. I did bring you up for the strength of people that continue to fight after such tremendous pain. I don't know how you do it, and you went through that conversation with that person so calmly, and he tried to claim that you were being emotional. You were just like, no, I'm chilling, bro. So yeah.
Yeah, it's the tyrannicism for me.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull that back.
That's not even the best one I've got. This dude the other day came up and said it was to fight a tyrannosaurical.
Oh, God.
And
no.
Yeah, no taxation without God damn it. What's that fucking time period? God damn it. Thickles told me he made a meme for it for a sticker for my shit. It was funny. God damn it. Now I'm gonna lose my mind.
Cretation.
Yeah.
Or, I'm sorry, Cretaceous.
Yes. No taxation without that fucking word. God damn it. By the way, I'm also playing Tony Hawk's Underground right now the whole fucking time. I haven't even looked at the goddamn screen.
And he was multitasking. You also nailed the that section. The one you brought up about not advocating for a tyrannical government. 2385. You were right about that.
2385.
Yeah,
Okay, that's one that like I haven't actually had to fucking talk about in a minute, but I was like, I just didn't want to get the number wrong because he was going to do that. Oh well, you're lying type thing. So that's why I said I'm not sure. But
no taxation without crustaceans. Heidi said.
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that. If you are not following Brett, what are you doing? Okay, because this was. If you enjoyed how knowledgeable Brett is and how passionate Brett is about the topic of the Second Amendment, this is the person to follow. I've actually been able to. This is always a topic that's really difficult for me to speak on, but I think Brett breaks down so well with the 4 major points for what we're asking for, because they always claim that people on the left, and Brett doesn't even claim to be on the left, but they always claim people on the left want to take away your guns. Right? That's the whole thing. They say, "Oh, you're against the Second Amendment," and it's like universal background checks, safe storage laws, assault weapons ban, and
red
flag laws. And then what's the counter there? Like what? So obviously we're still fine with the Second Amendment. Why are you against saving lives?
It's because that's unconstitutional. Then you ask them where in the Constitution does it make it unconstitutional, and then they can't tell you.
What are Brett's qualifications? Genuinely curious. You mentioned they don't know who he is.
I got it.
Thank you.
So yeah, so my son was one of the victims of the Robb Elementary School shooting in May 24th, 2022 in Uvalde. Since then, I have been advocating all over this country and educating myself so that I could have these conversations, because when I first started talking about it, I did come from a place of emotion, but how could I not, right? So what I did is, after being told one too many times that I was being too emotional, I decided to read in and educate myself. And I have learned and studied with scholars of the Constitution, of the Second Amendment, and since then I have putting it all together to educate the everyday person. Because I don't listen, nothing that I say or do will ever bring my son back, but it can prevent your child from having to go through what my son did. It can prevent you from having to go through what I have had to go through, such as picking out which cartoon character goes on a 10-year-old casket. And if you haven't seen the size of a 10-year-old casket, that is not something that you can ever forget. I hope that was enough.
Yeah. No, I and the person that asked was genuinely asking. They weren't asking in bad faith.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Brett. As always, I appreciate you coming up. I commend your strength and your fight, and Hot Wheels. Thank you so much for showing Brett some love. If anyone, please show some love to Brett. And also, it's Rise for You is the name of your organization.
RiseForYou.net.
Pull that up really quick. For anyone that wants to support the fight for common sense gun legislation, to save and protect our children. RiseForYou.net. Where you can donate, or you can order the shirt. I don't know if you guys still sell the shirt that I bought, the the Sound of Silence. The children's voices have been.
Oh, that we didn't do that. Matt and Steve did that.
Oh, it was Matt. That's right. I did buy that from Matt.
Yeah. But I mean, it helped because those proceeds came to us. So that was after I got arrested for. No, that was after I got beat by the cops.
Oh yeah. You guys were at the courthouse, and
the cops. Only two of the cops are on trial for all that bullshit, and didn't even get to make it in. But brother, I appreciate you so much. I'm gonna go ahead and get off here. Like I said, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Hey, Brett, real quick.
Yeah.
I was the person who asked your qualifications. I apologize, obviously.
Oh, no worries.
Whenever it was talking, I didn't know the past. I figured it was some kind of like, oh, I have a degree in the Constitution or something. I didn't realize the full extent. You know how it goes.
Yeah, no worries. I listen. I wasn't offended or anything.
I'm pretty sure I've seen you on the live before, but it's just been so long I didn't remember your name. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm everywhere.
Yeah.
I go everywhere, online and in person. So,
yeah. My condolences. Obviously, I've already put in Rise for You on my webpage. I'm gonna be looking into that later. Hope you live a good life, man. I know it's hard. I understand.
Well, I appreciate it, man.
Absolutely. Have a good one, guys.
You too. This for those. Let me see. Yeah, I met Brett in Texas, and I really appreciate it.
No, I appreciate you, brother. I really do.
It's been a heavy night. But yeah, thank you so much for coming up.
I didn't mean to make it heavy. I just wanted to school
it wasn't
that guy.
just you. It wasn't just you. We had Sheila up also, and we were talking about the Minnesota situation, and it's been a heavy night. But yeah, I love you. Thank you for coming up. Thank you for everything you do. And yeah, everyone,
Yes,
make sure
sir.
you're following.
Thank you so much. Hey, and bye, generic white guy number 3.
Later.
Well, that was a pleasant surprise. I'm not gonna lie. I did not expect Brett to. It was almost like a bat signal.
Yeah, it was perfect timing.
Yeah. Brett's so damn funny. He really is. He really is. And the fact that he was doing that while playing a video game is so wild. But all right, we'll do a couple more guests. I don't even have a caption up anymore. But we're gonna do a couple more guests, and then I think I'm gonna call it the night. I don't know if there was anything else that I had on the docket. Go. Dan, were you at the protest today? Yes, I went to 2 protests today. Hi, welcome up.
Hi.
How you doing?
I'm good. I feel like here, let me take my. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I feel a little bit more optimistic today. I went to the protest in Seattle. There was a lot of people. It was really peaceful, obviously. People were really sweet. Yeah, I'm overall like I'm trying to just take care of my mental health. How are you?
I guess I'm in a similar boat. I did feel optimistic with the turnout, especially. In general, I'm mixed because of everything.
Yeah, I feel like one thing that we're not doing enough of on these, like, not just lives, but like on social media in general, is just checking in with how everyone's doing. Because everyone's just like trying to get to repost the things that are really important to them and make sure they're standing up for what's important, which is important, but at the same time, we're not stopping and taking a break to really check in with the people who are loved, and we love around us, to see how are you really doing?
You know, I 100% agree. And I have evidence of it. We did a mental health check-in, was it 2 weeks ago, chat? And I didn't realize I needed it, but I ugly cried. It was and a lot of people came up and shared some stories, and yeah, you're right. We really do need that, especially now.
Yeah, good for you for doing that.
It's but yeah, I didn't expect for it to be like a mental health check-in for myself, but
Yeah, it's something that I used to.
Sorry, TikTok. I don't know why the gift goals are so loud, but
It's like it's like a casino. Yeah, no, I used to be a volunteer on a suicide hotline for 3 years, and on that hotline, it was during the pandemic when I first started, and it was funny because during that time, I felt so obviously going crazy myself because everything was weird in the world. The world was literally burning around me, and even if those calls were for the caller, of course, it wasn't for me. It ended up helping me just the same. I think we need more kind of check-ins. I don't know, worry about just everybody in general as things get more crazy. But, yeah. But what was your prompt earlier to not?
Well, okay, so it was a little bit. I wasn't planning on debating tonight, so I didn't make a graphic or anything. But then that was triggering me, so I decided to put a spicy one.
Yeah, I think I don't know. My father is a Trump supporter. Well, I don't know. He's a right-leaning person in general. He, I think, is very much oh, the government in general can't be trusted, for sure. But it's wild to me the extent to which it feels like it's an abusive relationship where they just don't want to admit that they're wrong at this point.
I think that's the case with a lot of people.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh,
I think
Christina's live content themes that some may find uncomfortable.
What?
Yeah, it's probably the hotline thing.
Oh, Christina, I'm so sorry. TikTok is forcing me to remove you. Mental health talk. That's so crazy. You're welcome to keep talking in chat, or obviously come up on the next live. But that's the fact that TikTok had nothing to say about the conspiracy theory guy. TikTok had nothing to say about the guy that wanted the white ethno state, but got upset with her for talking about a suicide hotline. All right, well, Christina, thank you so much for coming up, and you're welcome any other time.
Does that stick if you drop?
It sticks for the rest of this live, yeah. So I would have to reset.
Oh wow.
And it's interesting. I don't know what if it's the case on the phone. It continues to pop up more rapidly if you keep them up. Yeah, it just popped up again, even though she's not here. Christina's live content themes that some may find. Christina's live content contains themes that some may find uncomfortable. If they remain in your live will be unavailable to some audiences. And it just keeps popping up. Sorry, you said it again. Oh, yeah, maybe that was my fault. No, you have nothing to be sorry for, Christina. Nothing to be sorry for. TikTok just gets really weird sometimes. ATL Ken, thank you so much for the galaxy and the candy bouquet. Thank you so much.
Ken's great.
LAI Mall. All right, we have one person left in the box here. If you guys aren't following Nemo, make sure to drop a follow. Do you use your main anymore?
I haven't in a long time. I'd stopped using it because I got 2 strikes really close together and it spooked me. And so it's been. I'm pretty sure the strikes have fallen off by now.
Yeah, they have to have because yeah. I'm pretty sure we became mutuals over 3 months ago, and strikes don't last. How long do strikes last?
I think they last 90 days.
Yeah,
So,
so
yeah, I think you're right. I need to start using it again, like going live with it. The last time that I went live with it, I think was right at the first TikTok ban. I was live for like, I don't know, an hour with it. But yeah, I need to do that again.
You actually just reminded me of something. Normally strikes fall off in 90 days, but I have a strike that has never fallen off, and I don't think ever will. And I'm going to read everyone what the strike is, that maybe somebody can explain it to me. I brought it up to my TikTok agency manager. She said she's never seen anything like it before. I brought it up on live before, but it's been a while. So, okay, it says profile violation, content violation. Okay, and what happened when I got this was that my profile was the bio was deleted. My name was changed into random letters. Sorry, my @ was changed into random letters and numbers, and then my name was just user. And so it says profile violation, content violation, and it was created on January 1st of 1970.
What was created?
The violation. The whatever I did happened on January 1st of 1970.
Yeah, that's just an error.
I think
like,
it's
because yeah, January 1st, 1970. That is that's like a default date.
Yeah.
It's what's called the epic. So for any nerds out there, that's what it's called. But that's like the start date for anything in Unix.
Yeah, so I pretty much just have a permanent 1 strike on my account because of this. Which is super annoying, but I don't know what else to do about it. My agency manager has contacted people, and and also when you go to click on, like, back when it was fresh, when you go to click on like what the violation is, there's just an error. But anyway, Ken, I saw you requested, and then you're out of the box. I don't know if that was a mistake, or you even lost your picture, right? Too, right? Yeah, my picture was gone. What was so weird was I could still go live. Like, I was live, and people were like, Dan, what happened to you? Like, this was so long ago. It was back when I was Dirty Dan. I wasn't Dan Malik. And people were like, Dan, what happened to your name? And I was like, I can't change it for 7 days. It's just like a Wi-Fi password. I have a permanent one for saying JD Vance killed the Pope. God.
Damn.
Yeah. Sometimes I wish TikTok did get banned back in January, but then we look at like days like today where so many people were live showing stuff that we otherwise wouldn't have seen, and it reminds me why this app needs to not go away.
Yeah. I mean, like, I remember like reading about, I guess, postmortems, or that's probably a poor choice of words, of like the Arab Spring and why it was different from other moments in history in like similar movements. And one of the primary reasons that it was different, historians and experts who studied it said it was because of YouTube. It was because of social media that the Arab Spring was able to grow to such a level. And I mean, that was just YouTube. That was like YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, right?
Yeah.
Like, could you imagine TikTok?
Yeah, that's I mean, we're starting to see it nowadays. Actually, yeah, it's not the Arab Spring, but with the conflicts that are going on in the world, like in Gaza.
Yeah.
Hey, Ken.
Evening, everyone.
What's up?
So, as like you were saying there, Nemo, with the Arab Spring because of YouTube, all of the 2020 protests, people were like, well, why do we know more about this? It's because of social media. We know more about what's happening around the world because we're connected. And that connection is important. So I appreciate, Dan, what you do to be able to keep people connected and to talk about important things. I'm not able to pop into your live often, but I have listened to you. I think you were actually one of the first that popped up in my FYP, probably about a year ago. And
I started in August, so
I mean,
around,
close
yeah,
to it, yeah.
yeah,
So
yeah.
about 10 months in my, yeah. You and Mando were the first two that really kind of popped up, and before I got involved with Nemo and Manda, that was I bounced between Manda and you.
Oh, wow.
So
I appreciate the support. We don't have a lot of August followers that still come by anymore. A lot of people checked out after the election, and I don't blame them. Frankly, that's kind of what I did for Trump's first election. Like I tried to when he first won in 2016, I tried to keep up with politics. I was super into politics during that election. But when he won, I tried to keep up, and then I just had to tab out. I just stopped looking at the news. I stopped paying attention. So I don't blame people that haven't watched after the election, but I do appreciate that.
yeah, of course. Yep. As you were saying, the things that have happened today are why it's important that TikTok is still around. So I scrolled through a bunch of lives earlier today, and it was literally every protest you could think of, that you could find. Like it was just 15, 20, 30 different scrolls was all just protests, and it was really unique. It's really cool to be able to see that. So I've got little kids, so I can't really go to those things right now, and we're in the midst of moving, so it's really neat to still be connected to things that are happening around the world because of things like this.
Appreciate that, and I hope Trump goes through with the extension again. And I'm hoping this is what I actually hope for the TikTok situation. I hope that it just becomes kicking the can down the road every time. Like it just
yeah.
Like if Congress isn't going to get rid of the law, and we know a lot of people forget why the sale of TikTok is not an easy thing. It's because they don't want to sell TikTok, and if they do sell only the American portion of TikTok, then we don't get the algorithm. So like it's logically inconceivable right now. And so when Trump says like, "Oh, we're close to a deal," no, we're not. But I'm fine. I'm fine with kicking the can down the road permanently. And then the next president, if we still have presidents, President Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez can keep kicking the can down the road. And then after that, President, what's the suitcase kid's name? Barron, President Barron Trump can keep kicking the can down the road. Anyway, Crockett. President Crockett, yeah.
I saw a video. Apparently, a ton of governors went to Congress recently, and they were doing questioning and stuff. And the video started with J.B. Pritzker talking to AOC.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, "Oh, that's nice. That's nice. If we could just manifest more of that, please."
That looks like a ticket right there.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Crockett and Obama as VP. Obama is not qualified to be vice president. Unless you mean Michelle Obama. How old is AOC? I think she's old enough to run now. 35?
Yeah, she's 30. She's 36, I think.
36.
I think she turned 36 this year.
Wait, I just realized something. In 3 weeks, I can legally run for president.
Nice.
I turned 37 in 3 weeks.
Wait, do we have the same birthday?
Nah, probably not. Mine's July 4th.
Ah, close. Off by one day.
My wife's is July 3rd.
Off by 2 days.
Nice.
That's cool that you guys can celebrate it together.
Before we had kids, back when we were, without careers and broke in our early 20s, we would go to Denny's at 11:45 p.m. on her birthday and get a free Grand Slam for her, and then at 12:05 I'd order a free Grand Slam.
Oh my god. I love that so much.
Yeah, it was a blast.
That's like a fun custom that that'll
Yeah,
like live on, I like that. I like that kind of stuff. That cute stuff,
yeah. And now I'm the national director of a manufacturing and service company that serves restaurants, and Denny's is a no go for me.
Ooh. What is there any information that chat should have here?
Not publicly.
Okay. I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, that's a good plan. Nemo, he should take my word for it, right?
Absolutely. Yes.
Cam, you're also young. I'm probably the oldest person in this live. I don't know. We have if Jeridian is here, if Dean is here, we have some old heads. I say that lovingly. Mama's 52. I used to go to Perkins for the Tremendous 12 on my birthday. Karen's 55. Peggy, 74, is currently in the lead. Y'all want to know something funny? Don't forget Erica's 60. When I first started going live, before politics, right? I actually started going live, I don't know, earlier in 2024. I did it maybe once a month, and I was just walking my cat Lyndon back when he was an outside cat. He would follow me walking around the block. It was really cute, and so I started going live. I didn't really have a lot of followers or anything, but I did get randomly. I would hit the FYP every once in a while, and I looked at the analytics, and it was like 40% of my viewers were above the age of 60. And
That's funny.
Yeah, I just thought it was cute because like they would come in and be like, "Hi, what's the cat's name? Oh, it's so cute that he follows you," and it was really wholesome. And then obviously we started getting into politics, and it got less wholesome. But they love their cat vids. Falcon said Dan with 3 exclamation points. Sounds like news.
Dan, we just broke 11 million.
Remind me what we're talking about.
The protest today, Alt National Park Service, we just broke 11 million.
Is that for just the 505 protests or?
For the whole country, all of the No Kings protests today. We just broke 11
million is
holy shit.
Massive. Oh my god.
You guys who don't know, what 50501 has been shooting for is the 3.5% rule. So 3.5% of the population needed to be involved in a movement in order to bring about real change. It's an academic theory. And this is like we are close to breaking that ceiling.
What number would that be? 3.5%.
I have to go look at the math right quick. It's been a while.
Okay. Hold on, I can check it. Is it the voting population or just the whole population?
3.5% of the population is what the paper says.
Let's look it up here. It's 340 million. 340.1 million, excuse me. 40 11,900,000. So we're about 1 million away from hitting that number. I'm actually gonna look that up. I've never heard that theory before.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is something that activists have been working towards, not just this year, but for years.
CNN is reporting 11.5.
That's close.
And Reuters earlier today reported that there were 8,500 people at Trump's birthday parade. He was expecting 200,000.
Wait, how many people was it?
8,500.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh God.
That's
We don't have final numbers in. They said that they're gonna keep counting until Monday morning, but it's looking like we might finally hit 3.5%.
I'm seeing unconfirmed estimates of 13.5, but CNN has reported 11.5 million.
well. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt and say 13.5. That is still way. I mean, we're gonna hear. He's gonna lie about this. I want
Yeah,
this.
absolutely.
I
No,
want
I'm
it
saying
known.
13.5 million is what
There's
I'm
social
hearing
post
in
about the
different
fire
places.
tomorrow.
Hot take alert, chat. Donald Trump is going to lie about this.
Absolutely.
Betty cried into his cake. Okay. Nonviolent protests are twice as likely to succeed as armed conflicts, and those engaging a threshold of 3.5% of the population have never failed to bring about change. Interesting. Hey, Chris.
No new wars, baby. Let's go.
So it is a prevailing theory. It's something that activists have been working towards to get that much of the population together under one banner to bring about progressive change, probably for like a decade now. So the fact that in less than a year, No Kingston 5051 is coming close to that number is incredible.
I just find it ironic that he decides to do it at the same exact day that like a majority of America is protesting him being in existence. It's funny as hell.
Well, no, we chose this date because of the announcement about him potentially doing this military parade. So there was a lot of discourse going on behind the scenes, and there was also a vote that happened with the No King's Day protest between 5051 Indivisible. It's a whole process.
Y'all ready to go run this Middle Eastern update, or have you guys done that already?
The Middle Eastern update. Oh, what happened?
Yes, sir. Okay, so here we go, guys. A little bit of a long-winded answer, but first of all, the as of a few hours ago, we were still gonna meet on Sunday, regardless, to talk about the new nuclear deal. Well, Ron basically said we can't be trusted, so they canceled that 3 hours ago. Right. They actually said the Iranian government actually said that we're complicit with what Israel's done. So any imagination of getting an Iranian nuclear deal done is now gone because to make matters worse, the person we were supposed to meet with on Sunday got unalived in the initial extra. So yeah, so that doesn't help either. So yeah, it's all bets are off now with that part. Iran started using hypersonic missiles, and now they've been able to defeat the Iron Dome missile defense system. So it's looking a little bit rough in Tel Aviv. Same thing with Tehran. Russia said they should de-escalate. China said they condemn Israel. All of the big thing that might increase gas prices, I'm a little bit concerned about. Iran's thinking about blocking the Strait of Hormuz, which 1/5 of all oil that comes in and out every single day. So if that happens, you can expect oil prices to go to 100 to 150 a barrel. And right now, they're just taking turns teeing off on each other. That's about all we got right now.
Okay, so you're saying I should go to the 7-Eleven and fill up my tank?
Yeah, I definitely would because if they shut that down, if they shut that 400-kilometer down, it's game over. So. And you know what Israel's saying? So Israel said something sneaky, by the way. We will know if this happens. We will know that the U.S. is secretly involved. So they did a damage assessment saying they can't get to the lowest uranium lab. So ex-CIA analysts have come out all day today and said the only people that have that bunker buster technology to get that deep is U.S. munitions. So if they're able to all of a sudden blow up those, then we're going to know that we had a part in doing that.
No new wars.
Yep. Thinking about the fact that 4 nuclear powers have teed off in the Trump administration in 40 days. India, Pakistan, which, by the way, they basically said they're ready for round 2, and then you got these guys over here. So.
Oh, hey, Chris. She did not have time to do it tonight, but if you want to hear from an advocate that works for Common Defense. She is the director of Common Defense in Virginia. Her name is Heidi May. But Common Defense is the organization that was fighting the Forever War, lobbying Congress to bring about sort of end of the war. And so obviously they have taken a strong stance on what's going on right now. But if you want to talk to one of their state directors, I can get you her email address and her phone number.
Do they have TikTok?
She has a TikTok, but she does not. She uses it for like personal stuff. I'm sure she'd come up and chat with you about the work that she does for Common Defense. I asked her about it earlier. She said she was interested. You just have to get vetted by their legal team first to make sure you don't have any tweets from 2000.
Yes.
Oh, guys, but check this out though. My top secret clearance from the military doesn't expire for another 3 years, so we get you.
Okay, all right. That's
Well,
it.
they're just their PR team just wants to make sure that they're not
No skeletons in his closet.
Yeah, no, it's all good.
But yeah, I messaged her about it. She would definitely be interested. You just have to harass me not to forget because it's almost done.
Dan, did you hear about some Los Angeles ports that are already starting to eat up tariff cost about 19%? They actually reported that today. Did you hear about that?
I did not.
All right, if you just look up Los Angeles ports, 19% tariff increase, some of these places are already starting. This is the problem with people not realizing that basic economics is going to come back and bite you in the face. They're like, oh yeah, bring back American manufacturing. I think I'll find that article too. I just read it.
Okay, tariffs drag Port of Los Angeles to lowest monthly volume since 2023.
Sure.
The port handled 19% less than April in May. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, so like, I don't want to go too anecdotally with some of this stuff, but like, ever since the tariffs, my Walgreens has been cooked. Is anyone else's Walgreens just like half the shelves are empty? Anyway, really quick, we got off topic a little bit. I just want to remind everyone that we had an Iran nuclear deal. John Kerry negotiated it under the Obama administration, and Donald Trump pulled us out of it for no reason. And we are now facing the consequences of that decision way back in his first term. I need to remind everyone that we are still recovering from Donald Trump's first term, let alone what's happening in his second term. There are things that happened in his first term that will take decades to recover from, like the composition of the Supreme Court, which obviously led to the overturn of Roe v. Wade, led to other disastrous Supreme Court rulings, like what was the one with the environmental one, where now
Chevron,
thank you. Chevron deference. We also will never see a liberal court probably for decades. The TCJA, added so much to the debt that it's something that our children and our children's children are going to be paying off. So just I know. Listen, it's not. I know it doesn't change anything now, but if you didn't vote for Hillary Clinton, so much of this is on your hands, man. But anyway, so has there been any new information about the hand count in Rockland County, New York? I don't think so. All right, so Iran nuclear deal, excuse me, I don't want to George Bush this. Iran nuclear deal, had one, pulled out of it just because Trump didn't like that Obama did it. Same reason he wanted to repeal Obamacare without a replacement. Number one. Number two, thank you, Chris, for the updates on both the Middle East and the Los Angeles ports. I had not heard that actually, and I will bring it up next time someone wants to bring up the economy. Number three, thank you, Ice Cold Shar Jazzy and Matt for being the top 3 likers over the past 4 hours. Thank you guys so much. That's number 3. Number 4, make sure you're following. Ken, do you want to be followed? You a content creator?
Not right now, but things are coming.
Okay.
So.
Make sure you're following everyone on the panel. And if you haven't already, you got 11 minutes left to send your daily heart me. It's only a penny a day. And for a penny a day, you keep us on the algorithm. So that's pretty cool. As for all the people that sent any other gifts besides the heart me's, any gifts or any subs, all that, thank you all so much. But really, the only thing I ask for is if you could just make sure that you're following. Next to my name, there should be either an orange heart or a gray heart. If you see a red oval that says follow, hit that follow button. We just recently celebrated the 100K threshold, and we're hoping to maybe hit 105K, 110K. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, thank you all so much for the follows, for the heart me's, and for any of the love you've shown to people on the panel.
My number to put in and ask is to please follow the Money Out of Politics account. It's TikTok doesn't like us so much that they won't even let us pay to promote the account.
Wait, what do you mean they won't let you pay?
We raised a little bit of money. It was like $100 to try and pay to promote one of our videos, and we got rejected by TikTok.
Sounds like fascism.
Fucking wild, actually.
So we have such a hard time with the Mayhem's account, where he's like a creator, like he's been gaining traction, but our official accounts on TikTok, we haven't been able to gain any traction because they won't even accept. We're so throttled in the algorithm, they won't even let us pay for ads.
Yeah, everyone make sure to follow Money Out of Politics. If you haven't, I mean, Falcon's been on our live a few times, but if you're new here or you just haven't caught any of her appearances, make sure you're following Money Out of Politics. Must not get involved in another country's mess. Which country are you talking about at this point? We're in so many messes now, thanks to Trump.
They're talking about Iran.
Our mess.
Yeah, they're talking about Iran.
I kind of feel bad though, low key, because Iran's doing a dirty tactic I really don't like. They're actually intentionally targeting Palestine. I really broke my heart. I'm like, keep it between the country you're actually trying to retaliate with. Why are you already bringing in a country that's been bombarded for 600 days?
Yep.
So I'm going to be wrapping up shortly. If any of you have any final thoughts, feel free.
Yeah, we need Trump to get impeached and run these Epstein files. It's the only way we'll make it. Yeah, I agree.
If you went to a protest today, I urge you to reach out to whatever group that hosted your protest and offer even 5 minutes a week of your time to helping them continue to organize, because I don't know a single organization out there that is not desperate for volunteers. So if you believe in what happened today, please carry your activism beyond the rally and help us on the ground.
Thanks for having me, boss. W. Obama. Thanks, as always, Chris, for coming up. And ditto what Falcon said. Anyone that gets involved, like I said it before, the people on the ground doing this stuff, it's like a thankless job. It's not even a job in a lot of cases. A lot of cases, it's volunteer. So for anyone that wants to push back on what's going on, anyone that wants to push for positive change, reach out to your local organizers and get started.
Yeah,
if you're not in Dan's Discord, I have posted lots of links in Dan's Discord about organizations you can get involved with. So join the Discord.
It definitely starts locally. A lot of people like to focus on federal elections, and forget about the municipal and the city and the county and the state elections. It's vital to be involved in that, because if you're not, you're missing out, and they're also missing your vote. If you vote blue in the federal ticket or in a statewide ticket, go vote blue in your local municipal tickets.
And also there are a lot of positions that there are a lot of local positions that aren't are technically nonpartisan, but if you do a little bit of digging, you can determine who is the
Yeah.
you know
Yep.
I remember, oh man, it was so frustrating. The first time I went in depth on my sample ballot. Can't remember what election it was. I don't think it was 2016. It might have been the 2018 midterms or 2020. But I went in depth on the sample ballot. Maybe it was 2016. Could have been 2016. And like I said, I live in a red district. So one of, I think it was like city commissioner or something like that. There were 4 candidates. All were Republican. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to look up every single one of them. There was a debate held with the 4 of them. I'm gonna look up their past, and I'm gonna pick the least bad Republican. And I remember I watched this debate. Now this is, I don't know how many people watch this, right? Because like I don't live in a big county, and it was a debate in but not that wasn't advertised. So I don't even know how many people watch this. But I remember Hey Mermaid. I remember they asked the question. Oh, this must have been 2020. Yes, it was 2020. Okay. They asked the question about Black Lives Matter. And the Republican that I voted for, of those 4, answered the question in a very nuanced fashion. Basically saying that there are injustices that we need to address, and we should be having conversations to see how we can address these things. He didn't really have an answer. Like, it wasn't in his policy as the county commissioner and a Republican. It's not like this is something that he thought about, but he gave like an answer to the question. And then there was another guy that talked about like being a veteran or something, and another person I don't remember. And then the person who fucking won the election, who had no experience, by the way, she was also the least qualified of the 4, said, "Well, God made all men equal, and in this country, everyone has equal rights." That was her answer to the question. And I remember thinking, okay, well, I know oh Lord, yeah, it was she was actually the only woman of the 4-person race. And so I remember I was like, okay, I know I have to vote for Republican because there's only 4 Republicans on the ballot, but at least I know which one to vote for. It was the one with not only the most experience, right? It was he actually held the position before. He had the most experience. He also gave the best answer to probably the most difficult question you would get at a Republican debate, which is anything relating to race. So he gave the best answers, most experience. I voted for him, and he lost to the worst candidate. So that's how cooked. Like that's why when people say, Dan, you should run for office, it's like I would have to move because I'm not gonna win. I'm not gonna win a House seat as a Democrat in my district. She's the same woman who said people eventually die. No, but very, very similar vibes.
So I always tell people, especially palm-colored people, that ask me what they can do to support racial justice initiatives. If you are a pale person that wants to support the African American people in your community, the number one thing that you can do is show up for district attorneys elections and show up and help progressive DAs win these elections, so that, because DAs decide what cases go to trial, DAs have influences over the way that local police forces operate. DAs have control over whether or not police officers are investigated for misconduct in a lot of jurisdictions. So, the simplest and one of the most important things that you can do to show up for racial justice in this country is to vote. And if better yet, volunteer to get more people to show up and vote for your local DA elections. They are the single most important thing we can do to turn the tide when it comes to racial justice in this country.
Can I share a stat that kind of enumerates the issues that we see between local and federal elections?
Yeah, for sure.
Viewership of mayoral and gubernatorial debates sits anywhere from 50,000 to 250,000 historically. It's like since they started tracking viewership. Federally, a presidential debate anywhere from 65 to 75 million. Just think about the difference of, yes, obviously there's a population difference, but you look at a city like Atlanta that has 6.5 million people. The last mayoral debate had a viewership of less than 200,000. So, I mean, just looking at the difference here of how important it is to be locally connected. The viewership speaks volumes.
Yeah. And I actually I wanna go back quickly to what Falcon was saying. A lot of the a lot of the ballots in local elections have there's so many things that could impact racial justice. Especially when they even have like votes to retain judges specifically, and you can look into the way that judge has been ruling. Obviously, it depends on your county. Some counties are going to have less information than others, but there's so much power in your vote at the local level that I think people really forget. Um, and with what Ken just said, I mean, it shows just the discrepancy between people that come out for local elections versus the federal elections.
And I will say that voting is incredibly, insanely important, and it is a core part of our civic duty if we are going to live as Americans in a democracy. But I will say that one of the greatest lies that I feel like we've been told as Americans is that the only power that we have is to vote. And if a vote doesn't go our way, that we're powerless to do anything to change anything. And so, if you expect local candidates, you can make a real difference. Locally, there are a lot of advocacy groups that I participate in, and we do simple things like giving people who live in like low income housing free bus passes or rides to polling locations. We do things like hand out pamphlets at polling locations that gives a rundown quickly of what each candidate stands for and why we think it's important for people to vote down the ballot, because people will if people don't know who the lower like offices on the ballot are, they will just not vote for those. They'll vote for like the top, like the national level, and they'll leave the rest of their ballot blank. So in order to stop that, if you have advocates go out and pass out flyers and say, hey, like this person is democratically endorsed, like they support progressive values, and you pass out those palm cards, it really helps increase voter participation in local elections. Also, you can do things like asking your state or your city to make election day a local or state holiday, and that gives more people the opportunity to take off of work to go vote. Getting laws passed that employers are required to give employees time off to go vote. Those are all things that you can do to work on civic engagement between election cycles.
Supporting candidates that propose ranked choice voting is a big one for me, anyway.
Yeah. I prefer the star system myself. but I understand. Ranked choice voting or star, they're both better than what we're doing now.
Yeah.
Star means score and then automatic runoff. So you're rating candidates on a 1 to 10, and it's a point system.
Oof, that's asking a lot for the American voting
Yeah.
population.
So is ranked choice voting. You would be surprised. They've had a lot of issues in New York educating people about the ranked choice voting system. So I do think that education is an essential component in these voting initiatives. And then my third request is if you are someone who saw what happened today and decided that you need to leave the US, that it is not safe for your family anymore for any reason, I will never shame you for making that decision to protect your safety and the safety of your family. But please remember that while you are an expat living in another country, you still have the right to vote in US elections. And I just encourage you not to forget about the rest of us who couldn't leave and continue to vote even from abroad. And there is actually a lot of civic engagement and voter initiatives that are focused on American expats still participating in the system.
Falcon, as always, thank you so much for coming up and for fighting the good fight. Like, I'm gonna sound like a broken record, but
Yeah.
No, we cannot do this alone. I definitely there's most of the Money Out of Politics board of directors, most of us are black, but we have two palm colored men on our panel, and they're both tech bros, and we literally could not do what we do without our two token white boys. um every so for those of you guys that don't know, Sean here on TikTok, he doesn't have a huge account. If you're looking at a website for a nonprofit, it's likely that he built it. He's built websites for more than 20 nonprofits across the country this year. And he does that work absolutely for free. Even though his day job is in web development. But after work, this man gets work as a web developer and goes and develops websites for nonprofits. Absolutely insane. He's on MOP's board of directors. We could not do what we do without him. Um, you've met him at Big Tickle, I think. If you're in MOP's Discord, you've definitely his Discord username is toxic liability. You've definitely met him. But yeah, so there are a lot of people making this work happen. And there are a lot of people that don't pitch in a ton of time. We have some people that only work on mob stuff for like a couple hours every few weeks. We have people that throw a t-shirt design in the Discord every now and again. Every contribution makes these organizations work. So don't think that you don't have enough time or you're not good enough or there is somewhere you can fit in. So that's my spiel.
If I could, if you're listening to Dan and you are not sure politically where you land, or you are on the opposite side of a lot of the conversations, don't be afraid to talk, to read, to explore, to learn, to understand. The biggest part of all this is education.
Yeah.
The reason we have the problem that we have in our country is literally because of a lack of education.
Two of our board members are Republicans. They're Republicans that happen to think that Trump has destroyed their party.
Right. No, of course. And that's what I'm saying is like this idea that Trump is saving the Republican Party. Like, read history, learn about things that are not something that you've read before. Ask people what to read. There's so much to learn because I voted for Trump in 2016 because I'm basically an ex-evangelical. Okay, so I grew up in the church and I grew up in a very closed echo chamber and moved and lived in different places and decided it was time to read and learn for myself rather than listening to the people around me. And it's important to not just trust what you hear, but to investigate it for yourself.
Dan, if the weirdo Sebastian is in your comments, as a veteran, if he is trying to come up, let him up so that I can tell him all the ways that his president is supporting me as a veteran of the United States military. I would love to quickly. But to Sebastian, your president fired my cancer doctor, so you can suck it.
I don't think Sebastian's going to request that. Annie, thank you so much for the galaxy, and I'm so happy to hear your protest went well. Dispatch him. Yeah, I mean, Sebastian, if you want to send a request, feel free. Couple things. One, I don't know if Mac requested so that people could hear the cat purring. I didn't realize it was a cat purring until chat said it. So I did mute her, but I invited her to unmute. I thought it was just background noise. That's one thing. Second thing, if you're not following the backup, one of these days TikTok's gonna get you, boy. So make sure to follow the backup. And yeah, that was all. I just want to get the and the third thing. Somebody made our new emote. I don't know, for those of you that have been here since the Brett Cross guest appearance, but I think we have a new emote, chat.
That's great. I need somebody. If anybody draws in here, can I please get a squeaky tank sticker from that video of that one lonely tank rolling down the road to an empty crowd squeaking? I would love it.
Well, I haven't seen that yet.
I sent it to the chat. It's hilarious. But thank you so much for letting me out, Dan. It is well past my bedtime and I am talking too much. ADHD demon. But get involved in solidarity from the river to the sea. And if you're going to be in DC at all this month, I will be at the Anise concert in my Cathia, dancing with all of my organizer friends at the 930 Club.
All right. Falcon, thank you so much. I hope you have a great night.
Good night.
I'm going to hop down too, Dan. Thanks for having me up.
Of course, anytime. Thank you for coming up. Have a good night. Nemo, thank you so much for coming up.
Yeah, man. I was gonna say, if you get too down, like I know earlier was rough. I don't know if you watch Star Wars stuff. I haven't watched all of Andor yet, but just the clips on TikTok that I've seen go so hard. Like the speeches, like it'll get you pumped. It'll make you want to like go do things, you know? I highly recommend listening to just some of the speeches in Andor.
My brother has been pushing me to watch Andor for the past few weeks now, and he knows the type of stuff I would like. So, yeah. See, here's the thing. I very rarely watch things alone anymore. So right now, most of the time when I watch something, it's with Mac, and Mac really wants us to finish Bob's Burgers because it's her favorite show, and so I'm kind of blaming her right now. I'm kidding. I should really watch it. It's 2 seasons, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
And apparently it's a masterpiece, which
that's what I'm hearing too.
Yeah. But I mean, I can definitely see why, just based on the clips that I've seen of just the speeches, like pieces of the speeches, or like where speeches are overlaid to different stuff. Like it's really moving. It's definitely, you know, it's the whole anti-authoritarian revolutionary type vibe. It'll kind of re-energize you if you're down and out.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. I'm saying just not to turn your brain off, but to remind yourself what it is about this that makes you do it.
Yeah, what we're fighting for.
Right. Yeah.
Hey, Sebastian, happy Saturday. Okay, I will try to expedite my watching of that show. I'm really bad at watching things. I don't know why. I'm just so bad at it. But yeah, I will. Star Wars is on Disney, right? Disney Plus.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I will. If I do watch it, I will report back.
Nice. All right. Well, yeah. I'll go ahead and hop out. I appreciate you having me up, man.
Yeah, fun. Of course, anytime. And yeah, it's been a few. Thank you so much, and everyone, make sure to follow before he drops. Has your chance. Quick.
Later.
He might never go on his primary again. This may be his main now. All right, man. Have a good night. Have y'all ever noticed near the end of the lives, I get like more awkward? You ever notice that? I don't know how to say bye or how to like drop guests. Like after 4 or 5 hours. A little bit. Yeah. It's just the bye thing. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it is just saying it's a hard time saying bye too. Yeah. Just ban everyone instead of saying goodbye. Okay. Hey Mac. Did you mean to request? It's awkward though, I totally get that. Yeah, like I consider myself a Democrat, no longer a Republican. I'm a liberal internationalist as well. Just randomly and alive in the middle of a sentence. I have heard that the Irish goodbye it can be triggering, so I've tried to avoid doing that. I don't think I've ever Irish goodbye in the 10 months that we've been going live. Please don't do it, Dan. End the live every time you cycle guests. Okay, there's a chance that Mac fell asleep and accidentally requested. And the purring of the cat you heard was the cat that's sleeping next to her. It's a strong possibility because I've now invited her to unmute twice. I am thinking she did. Well, Mac, I just want you to know I love you so much, and I can't wait for you to wake up because then I get to hear your voice. And I will be seeing you on Monday. The backup, drop a follow if you haven't already. We're going to be rating somebody. See who we're going to rate, chat. Oh, really quick. Whether or not you sent your heart me today, sorry, let me rephrase. If you sent a heart me today, make sure to claim your points. TikTok has like a new thing where they're trying to gamify everything. So like now you have to claim your points to get the channel, whatever the fuck it's called, the team membership status. So make sure to double check that you claimed your points. Was that a grift attempt from Dan? I will only ever grift for the 1 penny heart me's. Parker is on. I love Parker. I want it to be clear. I love Parker. And I talk to him occasionally off live. He's a good guy. I usually try to raid smaller creators before I resort to raiding Parker. Not because I don't like Parker or that I don't think he deserves the raid. It's just that I He seems very sweet. You know, Parker's great. As someone clip that and send it to Parker. Okay, I wasn't. I'm not trying to glaze. I'm trying to explain why I avoid Parker raids. It's not because I don't support Parker. In fact, Parker is the first political TikTok live that ever came up. No, I know, Tanner. That ever came up on my FYP when I first downloaded TikTok. If you scroll down all the way on my following, you know how you're when you follow people, it's in order of when you followed them. That's such a you know what I meant. I think he's in the first 10 accounts I followed, and the next like political TikToker isn't for another 100 or 200 accounts. Like I've been following Parker for a while. So like obviously when he followed me back, that was huge. When we did that collab live that I still have not posted clips of, even though it's been months, that was huge. And then meeting him in person was also super awesome. Love Parker. That being said, dude has thousands of people watching him, and usually our little Dan raids just get disintegrated into the comment section anyway. And there are a lot of people who, you know, fight the good fight in the same way that Parker does, with way less followers. So I am always down to raid Parker if he's like the only one live at the time. But I do try to avoid it, and I think Parker would understand as well. I'd like to think Parker would understand that. It's not out of any dislike for Parker or anything like that. Okay. You can just say you hate him. Is Erica talking about politics right now? Allison's naughty lemon. Thank you for the heart me. We get it. Parker would support this. Okay. Who else is live? Erica's live and Doug is live. Maddie's also live. So if Doug is talking about politics, I want to raid Doug. But if he's talking about fitness, then I want to raid Erica. Not that I have anything against fitness. It's just I just got here though. I'm sorry. Never heard of Doug. Doug is great. He used to do a lot of political lives before the election. Dan hates health clip it people. He's usually doing politics lives at this time of night. Doug is debating. Okay, if Doug's debating, we're gonna raid Doug tonight. Don't know who he is. I'll pull him up real quick. I hope I got that right. Yeah, I did. TikTok's making me log in. About to crash out.
Do you think you get these numbers from fake life? Where the hell do you think they get them
what
from?
your graph looks like, dude. I don't give a shit. I'm telling
It's
you,
based off
literally
real
from January 20
numbers.
On January 20th of this year, from that moment in my community, in my state, in my county,
Not your state, not your state, because they're higher in your state. So you're gonna have to switch it.
Okay, no. I don't really give a shit what graph you look at. I'm telling you, gas was $3.38 in the town that I live in Wisconsin. It is now $2.92.
Okay, I don't believe you because you have kept shifting goalposts.
I don't care.
No, I care because you have demonstrated that you can't tell the truth. Before, nope, you're not going to unmute yourself. Before it was, I'm lying about the national average not being lower. And then it was about the state. And then when I proved you wrong about the state, you shifted to your town. Okay? So you keep shifting it because I can't pull up to your specific town because you live in the middle of bumblefuck nowhere. So I can't pull up your specific town. But your state, it's higher. I hate to break it to you.
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna do a Doug raid. Sebastian, no, I'm not a veteran, but I do support our veterans. We just stay here and watch Doug's live instead. No, all right, we're gonna head over there. I'll be over there for a few minutes. And I will see you guys tomorrow. First, I have to say bye to Twitch. Bye, Twitch. I always forget Twitch and YouTube. I'm so sorry, guys. And I gotta say bye to YouTube.